Florence Scovel Shinn. Your Word is Your Wand, read by Receivejoy. Man's word is his wand, filled with magic and power. Jesus Christ emphasized the power of the word. By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned. And death and life are in the power of the tongue. So man has power to change an unhappy condition by waving over it the wand of his word. In the place of sorrow appears joy. In the place of sickness appears health. In the place of lack appears plenty. For example, a woman came for a treatment for prosperity. She possessed just $2 in the world. I said, "We bless the $2 and know that you have the magic purse of the Spirit. It can never be depleted. As money goes out, immediately money comes in, under grace and in perfect ways. I see it always crammed, jammed with money, green bills, checks, blue checks, pink checks, white checks, gold, silver, and currency. I see it bulging with abundance." She replied, "I feel my bag heavy with money," and was so filled with faith that she gave me one of her dollars as a love offering. I did not dare refuse it and see lack for her, as it was important that I hold the picture of plenty. Shortly afterwards, she was made a gift of $6,000. Fearless faith and the spoken word brought it to pass. The affirmation of the magic purse is very powerful, as it brings a vivid picture to the mind. It is impossible not to see your purse or wallet filled with money when using the words cram, jammed. The imaging faculty is the creative faculty, and it is important to choose words which bring a flash of fulfillment of the demand. Never force a picture by visualizing. Let the divine idea flash into your conscious mind. Then the student is working according to the divine design. Jesus Christ said, "Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." This means that man must know the truth of every situation which confronts him. There is no truth in lack or limitation. He waves over it the wand of his word, and the wilderness rejoices and blossoms as the rose. Fear, doubt, anxiety, anger, resentment pull down the cells of the body, shock the nervous system, and are causes of disease and disaster. Happiness and health must be earned by absolute control of the emotional nature. Power moves but is never moved. When man stands calm and serene, has a good appetite, feels contented and happy, when appearances are against him, he has reached mastery. Then he has power to rebuke the winds and the waves, to control conditions. His word is his wand, and he transmutes apparent failure into success. He knows his universal supply is endless and immediate, and all his needs manifest instantly on the external. For example, a woman at sea awoke in the morning, hearing the foghorns blowing. A dense fog had settled on the ocean with no apparent signs of clearing. She immediately spoke the word, "There are no fogs in divine mind, so let the fog be lifted. I give thanks for the sun." Soon the sun came out, for man has dominion over the elements, over all created things. Every man has power to lift the fog in his life. It may be a fog of lack of money, love, happiness, or health. Give thanks for the sun. Success. There are certain words or pictures which impress the subconscious mind. For example, a man called asking me to speak the word for his right work. I gave him the statement, "Behold, I have set before thee the open door of destiny, and no man shall shut it." It didn't seem to make much impression, so I was inspired to add, "And no man shall shut it, for it is nailed back." The man was electrified and went out walking on air. Within a few weeks he was called to a distant city to fill a wonderful position, which came about in a miraculous way. I give another example of a woman who fearlessly followed a hunch. She was working for a small salary when she read my book, The Game of Life and How to Play It. The thought came in a flash to start in business for herself and open a tea room and a candy shop. The idea staggered her at first, but it persisted, so she boldly went forth and procured a shop and an assistant. She spoke the word for supply, for she did not have money to back her enterprise. It came in miraculous ways, and the shop opened. From the first day it was filled with people, and now it is cram-jammed. They stand in line and wait. One day, being a holiday, her assistant became gloomy and said they could not expect to do much business. My student, however, replied that God was her supply and every day was a good day. In the afternoon, an old friend came in to see the shop and bought a 2-pound box of candy. He gave her a check, and when she looked at it, she found it was for $100. So it indeed was a good day. $100 for a box of candy. She says every morning she enters the shop with wonder and gives thanks that she had the fearless faith that wins. Affirmations. The decks are now cleared for divine action, and my own comes to me under grace in magical ways. I now let go of worn-out conditions and worn-out things. Divine order is established in my mind, body, and affairs. Behold, I make all things new. My seeming impossible good now comes to pass. The miracles now happen. The 4 winds of success now blow to me my own. From north, south, east, and west come my continual supply of good. The Christ in me is risen. I now fulfill my destiny. Ongoing good now comes to me in everlasting ways. I clap my cymbals and rejoice, for Jehovah goes before me, making clear, easy, and successful my way. I give thanks for my whirlwind success. I sweep all before me, for I work with the Spirit and follow the divine plan of my life. My spiritual sporting blood is up. I am more than equal to this situation. I am awake to my good and gather in the harvest of continual opportunities. I am harmonious and magnetic. I now draw to myself my own. My power is God's power and is magnificent. Divine order is now established in my mind, body, and affairs. I see clearly and act quickly, and my greatest expectations come to pass in miraculous ways. There is no competition on the spiritual plane. What is rightfully mine is given me under grace. I have within me a new country, which is revealed to me now in the name of Jesus Christ. Behold, I have set before thee the open door of destiny, and no man shall shut it, for it is nailed open. The tide of destiny has turned, and everything comes my way. I banish the past and now live in the wonderful now, where happy surprises come to me each day. There are always opportunities in divine mind. As one door shuts, another door opens. I have a magical work in a magical way. I give magical service for magical pay. The genius within me is now released. I now fulfill my destiny. I make friends in every situation, and obstacles become a stepping stone. Everything in the universe, visible and invisible, is working to bring me my own. I give thanks that the walls of Jericho fall down, and all lack, limitation, and failure are wiped out of my consciousness in the name of Jesus Christ. I am now on the royal road of success, happiness, and abundance. All the traffic goes my way. I will not weary of well-doing, for when I least expect it, I shall reap. Jehovah goes before me, and the battle is won. All enemy thoughts are wiped out. I am victorious in the name of Jesus Christ. There are no obstacles in divine mind, therefore there is nothing to obstruct my good. All obstacles now vanish from my pathway. Doors fly open, gates are lifted, and I enter the kingdom of fulfillment under grace. Rhythm, harmony, and balance are now established in my mind, body, and affairs. New fields of divine activity now open for me, and these fields are white with the harvest. Man's will is powerless to interfere with God's will. God's will is now done in my mind, body, and affairs. God's plan for me is permanent and cannot be budged. I am true to my heavenly vision. The divine plan of my life now takes shape in definite, concrete experiences leading to my heart's desire. I now draw from the universal substance with irresistible power and determination that which is mine by divine right. I do not resist this situation. I put it in the hands of the infinite love and wisdom. Let the divine idea now come to pass. My good now flows to me in a steady, unbroken, ever-increasing stream of success, happiness, and abundance. There are no lost opportunities in the kingdom. As one door shuts, another door opens. There is nothing to fear, for there is no power to hurt. I walk up to the lion on my pathway and find an angel in armor and victory in the name of Jesus Christ. I am in perfect harmony with the working of the law. I stand aside and let infinite intelligence make easy and successful my way. The ground I am on is holy ground. The ground I am on is successful ground. New fields of divine activity now open for me. Unexpected doors fly open. Unexpected channels are free. What God has done for others, He can do for me, and more. I am as necessary to God as He is to me, for I am the channel to bring His plan to pass. I do not limit God by seeing limitation in myself. With God and myself, all things are possible. Giving precedes receiving, and my gifts to others precede God's gifts to me. Every man is a golden link in the chain of my good. My poise is built upon a rock. I see clearly and act quickly. God cannot fail, so I cannot fail. The warrior within me has already won. Thy kingdom come in me, thy will be done in me and my affairs. Prosperity. Man comes into the world financed by God, with all that he desires or requires already on his pathway. This supply is released through faith and the spoken word. If thou canst believe, all things are possible. For example, a woman came to me one day to tell me of her experience in using an affirmation she had read in my book, The Game of Life and How to Play It. She was without experience but desired a good position on the stage. She took the affirmation, Infinite Spirit, open the way for my great abundance. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. She was given a very important part in a successful opera. She said it was a miracle, due to that affirmation which I repeated hundreds of times. Affirmations. I now draw from the abundance of the spheres of my immediate and endless supply. All channels are free. All doors are open. I now release the gold mine within me. I am linked with an endless golden stream of prosperity, which comes to me under grace in perfect ways. Goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of abundance forever. My God is a God of plenty, and I now receive all that I desire or require and more. All that is mine by divine right is now released and reaches me in great avalanches of abundance under grace in miraculous ways. My supply is endless, inexhaustible, and immediate, and comes to me under grace in perfect ways. All channels are free, and all doors fly open for my immediate and endless divinely designed supply. My ships come in over a calm sea, under grace in perfect ways. I give thanks that the millions which are mine by divine right now pour in and pile up under grace in perfect ways. Unexpected doors fly open, unexpected channels are free, and endless avalanches of abundance are poured out upon me under grace in perfect ways. I spend money under direct inspiration, wisely and fearlessly, knowing my supply is endless and immediate. I am fearless in letting money go out, knowing God is my immediate and endless supply. Happiness. In that wonderful motion picture, The Thief of Baghdad, we were told in letters of light that happiness must be earned. It is earned through perfect control of the emotional nature. There can be no happiness where there is fear, apprehension, or dread. With perfect faith in God comes a feeling of security and happiness. When man knows that there is an invincible power that protects him and all that he loves and brings to him every righteous desire of the heart, he relaxes all nervous tension and is happy and satisfied. He is undisturbed by adverse appearances, knowing that infinite intelligence is protecting his interests and utilizing every situation to bring his good to pass. I will make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. Uneasy lies the head that wears a frown. Anger, resentment, ill will, jealousy, and revenge rob man of his happiness and bring sickness, failure, poverty in their wake. Resentment has ruined more homes than drink and killed more people than war. For example, there was a woman who was healthy and happy and married to a man she loved. The man died and left part of his estate to a relative. The woman was filled with resentment. She lost weight, was unable to do her work, developed gallstones, and became very ill. A metaphysician called upon her one day. He said, "Woman, see what hate and resentment have done to you. They have caused hard stones to form in your body, and only forgiveness and goodwill can cure you." The woman saw the truth of the statement. She became harmonious and forgiving and regained her splendid health. Affirmations. I am now filled with happiness that was planned for me in the beginning. My barns are full, my cup flows over with joy. My endless good now comes to me in miraculous ways. I have a wonderful joy in a wonderful way, and my wonderful joy has come to stay. Happy surprises come to me each day. I look with wonder at that which is before me. I walk boldly up to the lion in my pathway and find it is a friendly angel. I am harmonious, happy, radiant, detached from the tyranny of fear. My happiness is built upon a rock. It is mine now and for all eternity. My good now flows to me in a steady, continual, ever-increasing stream of happiness. My happiness is God's affair, therefore no one can interfere. As I am one with God, I am now one with my heart's desire. I give thanks for my permanent happiness, my permanent health, my permanent wealth, my permanent love. I am harmonious, happy, and divinely magnetic, and now draw to me my ships over a calm sea. God's ideas for me are perfect and permanent. My heart's desire is a perfect idea and divine mind, incorruptible and indestructible, and now comes to pass under grace in a magical way. Love. With love usually comes terrific fear. Nearly every woman comes into this world with a mystical woman in the back of her mind who is to rob her of her love. She has been called the other woman. Of course, it comes from woman's belief in duality. So long as she visualizes interference, it will come. It is usually very difficult for a woman to see herself loved by a man she loves, so these affirmations are to impress the truth of the situation upon her subconscious mind, for in reality there is only oneness. Affirmations. As I am one with God, the undivided one, I am one with my undivided love and undivided happiness. The light of Christ within now wipes out all fear, doubt, anger, and resentment. God's love pours through me, an irresistible magnetic current. I see only perfection and draw to me my own. Divine love through me now dissolves all seeming obstacles and makes clear, easy, and successful my way. I love everyone, and everyone loves me. My apparent enemy becomes my friend, a golden link in the chain of my good. I am at peace with myself and with the whole world. I love everyone, and everyone loves me. The floodgates of my good now open. Marriage. Unless marriage is built upon the rock of oneness, it cannot stand. Two souls with but a single thought, two hearts that beat as one. The poet understood this, for unless man and wife are living the same thoughts or living in the same thought world, they must inadvertently drift apart. Thought is a tremendous vibratory force, and man is drawn to his thought creations. For example, a man and a woman were married and were apparently happy. The man became successful and his tastes improved, but the wife still lived in a limited consciousness. Whenever the man bought anything, he went to the best shops and selected what he needed regardless of the price. Whenever his wife went out, she shopped at the dime stores. He was living in thought on Fifth Avenue, and her thought was on the Third Avenue. Eventually, the break and separation came. We see this so often in the cases of rich and successful men who desert their faithful, hard-working wives later in life. The wife must keep pace with her husband's tastes and ambitions, and live in his thought world, for where a man thinketh in his heart, there is he. There is for each person his other half, or divine selection. These two are one in their thought worlds. These are the two whom God has joined together, and no man shall or can part. The twine shall be made one, for in the superconscious mind of each is the same divine plan. Affirmation. I give thanks that the marriage made in heaven is now made manifest upon earth. The twain shall be made one, now and for all eternity. Forgiveness. Affirmations. I forgive everyone, and everyone forgives me. The gates swing open for my good. I call on the law of forgiveness. I am free from mistakes and the consequences of mistakes. I am under grace and not under karmic law. Though my mistakes be as scarlet, I shall be washed whiter than snow. What didn't happen in the kingdom never happened anywhere. Words of wisdom. Affirmations. Faith without courage is dead. There is never a slip twixt the right cup and the right lip. Never look, or you'd never leap. God works in unexpected places, through unexpected people, at unexpected times, his wonders to perform. Power moves, yet is never moved. Loving your neighbor means not to limit your neighbor in word, thought, or deed. Never argue with a hunch. Christopher Columbus followed a hunch. The kingdom of heaven is the realm of perfect ideas. It is dark before the dawn, but the dawn never fails. Trust in the dawn. When in doubt, play trumps. Do the fearless thing. It is the fearless things that count. Never do today what intuition says to do tomorrow. It is a great life if you don't reason. Regard your neighbor as yourself. Never hinder another's hunch. Selfishness binds and blocks. Every loving and unselfish thought has in it the gem of success. Be not weary of make-believe. When you least expect it, you shall reap. Faith is elastic. Stretch it to the end of your demonstration. Before you call, you are answered, for the supply precedes the demand. What you do for others, you are doing for yourself. Every act committed while angry or resentful brings unhappy reaction. Sorrow and disappointment follow in the wake of deceit. The way of the transgressor is hard. No good thing will be withheld from him who walks uprightly. There is no power in evil. It is nothing, therefore can only come to nothing. Fear and impatience demagnetize. Poise magnetizes. Submerge your reasoning mind with your affirmations. Jehoshaphat clapped his cymbals so that he wouldn't hear himself think. All bondage is an illusion of the race consciousness. There is always a way out of every situation. Under grace, every man is free to do the will of God. Surism is stronger than optimism. Divine ideas never conflict. It is dangerous to stop in the middle of a hunch. Infinite spirit is never too late. Faith. Hope looks forward. Faith knows it has already received and acts accordingly. In my classes, I often emphasize the importance of ditch digging, or preparing for the things asked for, which shows active faith and brings the demonstration to pass. A man in my class, whom I called the life of the party, because he always tried to find a question I couldn't answer, yet he never succeeded, asked, "Why is it then a lot of women who prepare hope chests never get married?" I replied, "Because it is a hope chest and not a faith chest. The prospective bride also violates law in telling others about it. Her friends come in and sit on the hope chest, and either doubt or hope she'll never succeed. Pray to thy Father which is in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly." The student should never talk of the demonstration until it has gelled or comes to pass on the external. So a hope chest should become a faith chest and be kept from the public eye, and the word spoken for the divine selection of a husband under grace in a perfect way. Those whom God hath joined together, no thought can put asunder. Affirmations. Adverse appearances work for my good, for God utilizes every person and every situation to bring to me my heart's desire. Hindrances are friendly, obstacles springboards. I now jump into my good. As I am one with the undivided one, I am one with my undivided good. As the needle and the compass is true to the north, what is rightfully mine is true to me. I am the north. I am now linked by an invisible, unbreakable, magnetic cord with all that belongs to me by divine right. Thy kingdom is come, thy will is done in me and my affairs. Every plan my Father in heaven has not planned is dissolved and obliterated, and the divine design of my life now comes to pass. What God has given me can never be taken from me, for his gifts are for all eternity. My faith is built upon a rock, and my heart's desire now comes to pass under grace in a miraculous way. I see my good in a golden glow of glory. I see my fields shining white with the harvest. God is my unfailing and immediate supply of all good. I am poised and powerful. My greatest expectations are realized in a miraculous way. I water my wilderness with faith, and suddenly it blossoms as the rose. I now exercise my steadfast faith in 3 ways: by thinking, speaking, and acting. I am unmoved by appearances, therefore appearances shall move. I stand steadfast, giving thanks for my seeming impossible good to come to pass, for I know with God it is easy for accomplishment, and his time is now. God's plans for me are built upon a rock. What was mine in the beginning is mine now and ever shall be mine. I know that God reigns victorious, therefore there is nothing to defeat me. I wait patiently on the Lord. I trust in him. I fret not myself because of evildoers, for every man is a golden link in the chain of my good, and he now gives me the desires of my heart. I have now the fearless faith of the Christ within. As I approach, barriers vanish and obstacles disappear. I am steadfast, for the fields are already white with the harvest. My fearless faith in God now brings the divine design of my life to pass. All fear is now banished in the name of Jesus Christ, for I know there is no power to hurt. God is the one and only power. I am in perfect harmony with the working of the law, for I know that infinite intelligence knows nothing of obstacles, time, or space. It knows only completion. God works in unexpected and magic ways, his wonders to perform. I now prepare for the fulfillment of my heart's desire. I show God I believe his promise will be kept. I now dig my ditches deep with faith and understanding, and my heart's desires come to pass in a surprising way. My ditches will be filled at the right time, bringing all that I have asked for and more. I now put to flight the army of the aliens, negative thoughts. They feed on fear and starve on faith. God's ideas cannot be moved, therefore what is mine by divine right will always be with me. I give thanks that I now receive the righteous desires of my heart. Mountains are removed, valleys exalted, and every crooked place made straight. I am in the kingdom of fulfillment. I have perfect confidence in God, and God has perfect confidence in me. God's promises are built upon a rock. As I have asked, I shall receive. Let me never wander from my heart's desire. I do not limit the Holy One of Israel in word, thought, or deed. With God, all things are easy and possible now. I now stand aside and watch God work. It interests me to see how quickly and easily He brings the desires of my heart to pass. Before I called, I was answered, and I now gather in my harvest in a remarkable way. He who watches over my heart desire neither slumbers nor sleeps. Seeming and possible doors now open. Seeming and possible channels are free in the name of Jesus Christ. My good is a perfect and permanent idea in divine mind, and shall manifest where there is nothing to prevent. I cast every burden on the Christ within, and I go free. Loss. If man loses anything, it shows there is a belief of loss in his subconscious mind. As he erases this false belief, the article or its equivalent will appear on the external. For example, a woman lost a silver pencil in a theater. She made every effort to find it, but it was not returned. She denied loss, taking the affirmation, I deny loss, there is no loss in divine mind, therefore I cannot lose that pencil. I will receive it or its equivalent. Several weeks elapsed. One day she was with a friend who wore about her neck on a cord a beautiful gold pencil, who turned to her and said, Do you want this pencil? I paid $50 for it at Tiffany's. The woman was aghast and replied, almost forgetting to thank her friend, Oh, God, aren't you wonderful? The silver pencil wasn't good enough for me. Man can only lose what doesn't belong to him by divine right or isn't good enough for him. Affirmations. There is no loss in divine mind, therefore I cannot lose anything that is rightfully mine. Infinite intelligence is never too late. Infinite intelligence knows the way of recovery. There is no loss in divine mind, therefore I cannot lose anything which belongs to me. It will be restored or I receive its equivalent. Debt. If a man is in debt or people owe him money, it shows that a belief of debt is in his subconscious mind. This belief shall be neutralized in order to change conditions. For example, a woman came to me saying a man had owed her $1,000 for years, which she could not compel him to pay. I said, You first must work on yourself, not the man, and gave her this statement. I deny debt. There is no debt in divine mind. No man owes me anything. All is squared. I send that man love and forgiveness. In a few weeks she received a letter from him saying he intended sending the money, and in about a month came the $1,000. If the student owes money, change the statement. There is no debt in divine mind, therefore I owe no man anything. All is squared. All my obligations are now wiped out under grace in a perfect way. Affirmations. I deny debt. There is no debt in divine mind, therefore I owe no man anything. All obligations are now wiped out under grace in a miraculous way. I deny debt. There is no debt in divine mind. No man owes me anything. All is squared. I set forth love and forgiveness. Sales. A woman who lived in a country town wished to sell her house and furniture. It was in the winter, and the snow so deep it was almost impossible for cars or wagons to reach her door. As she had asked God to sell her furniture to the right person for the right price, she was unmindful of appearances. She polished the furniture, pushed it into the middle of the room, and prepared to sell it. She said, I never looked out the window at the blizzard. I simply trusted God's promises. In miraculous ways, people drove up, and all the furniture was sold, and the house also, without paying any commissions to an agent. Faith never looks out the window at the blizzard. It simply prepares for the blessings asked for. Affirmation. I give thanks that this article or property is now sold to the right person or persons for the right price, giving perfect satisfaction. Interviews. Affirmations. There is no competition on the spiritual plane. What is mine is given me under grace. I am identified in love with the spirit of this person or persons. God protects my interests, and the divine idea now comes out of this situation. Guidance. Always on man's pathway is his message or his lead. For example, a woman was much troubled over an unhappy situation. She thought to herself, "Will it ever clear up?" Her maid was standing near and commenced to tell her of her experiences. The woman was too worried to be interested, but listened patiently. The maid was saying, "I worked in a hotel once where there was a very amusing gardener. He always said such funny things. It had been raining for 3 days, and I said to him, 'Do you think it will ever clear up?' And he replied, 'My God, doesn't it always clear up?'" The woman was amazed. It was the answer to her thoughts. She said reverently, "Yes, with my God, it will always clear up." Soon after, her problem did clear up in an unexpected way. Affirmations. Infinite Spirit, give me wisdom to make the most of my opportunities. Never let me miss a trick. I am always under direct inspiration. I know just what to do and give instant obedience to my intuitive leads. My angel of destiny goes before me, keeping me in the way. All power is given unto me to be meek and lowly of heart. I am willing to come last, therefore I come first. I now place my personal will upon the altar. Your will, not my will. Your way, not my way. Your time, not my time. And in the twinkling of an eye, it is done. There are no mysteries in the kingdom. Whatever I should know will now be revealed to me under grace. I am a perfect non-resistant instrument for God to work through, and His perfect plan for me now comes to pass in a magic way. Protection. Affirmations. I am surrounded by the white light of Christ through which nothing negative can penetrate. I walk in the light of Christ, and my fear giants dwindle into nothingness. There is nothing to oppose my good. Memory. Affirmation. There is no loss of memory in divine mind. Therefore, I recollect everything I should remember, and I forget all that is not for my good. The divine design. There is a divine design for each man. Just as the perfect picture of the oak is in the acorn, the divine pattern of his life is in the superconscious mind of man. In the divine design there is no limitation, only health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. So on man's pathway there is always a divine selection. Each day he must live according to the divine plan or have unhappy reactions. For example, a woman moved into a new apartment which she had almost furnished. When the thought came to her, on that side of the room should stand a Chinese cabinet. Not long after she was walking by an antique shop. She glanced in, and there stood a magnificent Chinese cabinet, about 8 feet high and elaborately carved. She entered and asked the price. The salesman said it was worth $1,000, but the woman who owned it was willing to take less. The man added, "What will you offer for it?" The woman paused at the price. $200 came into her mind, so she answered, $200. The man said he would let her know if the offer would be satisfactory. She did not want to cheat anyone or get anything which was not rightfully hers. So going home, she said repeatedly, "If it's mine, I can't lose it, and if it isn't mine, I don't want it." It was a snowy day, and she said she emphasized her words by kicking the snow from right to left, clearing a path to her apartment. Several days elapsed when she was notified that the woman was willing to sell the cabinet for $200. There is supply for every demand, from Chinese cabinets to millions of dollars. Before you call, I shall answer. Yet unless it is the divinely selected cabinet or millions, they would never bring happiness. Except the Lord build the house, They labor in vain that built it. Psalms 127:1. Affirmations. I let go of everything not divinely designed for me, and the perfect plan of my life now comes to pass. What is mine by divine right can never be taken from me. God's perfect plan for me is built upon a rock. I follow the magic path of intuition and find myself in my promised land under grace. My mind, body, and affairs are now molded according to the divine pattern within. God is the only power, and that power is within me. There is only one plan, God's plan, and that plan now comes to pass. I give thanks that I now bring forth from the universal substance everything that satisfies all the righteous desires of my heart. The divine design of my life now comes to pass. I now fill the place that I can fill, and no one else can fill. I now do the things which I can do, and no one else can do. I am fully equipped for the divine plan of my life. I am more than equal to the situation. All doors now open for happy surprises, and the divine plan of my life is speeded up under grace. Health. When man is harmonious and happy, he is healthy. All sickness comes from sin or violation of spiritual law. Jesus Christ said, "Be thou healed, your sins are forgiven." Resentment, ill will, hate, fear tear down the cells of the body and poison the blood. Accidents, old age, and death itself come from holding wrong mental pictures. When man sees himself as God sees him, he will become a radiant being, timeless, birthless, and deathless. For God made man in his likeness and in his image. Affirmations. I deny fatigue, for there is nothing to tire me. I live in the kingdom of eternal joy and absorbing interests. My body is the body electric, timeless and tireless, birthless and deathless. Time and space are obliterated. I now live in the wonderful now, birthless and deathless. I am one with the One. Thou in me art eternal joy, eternal youth, eternal wealth, eternal health, eternal love, eternal life. I am a spiritual being. My body is perfect, made in his likeness and image. The light of Christ now stems through every cell. I give thanks for my radiant health. Eyes. Imperfect vision corresponds with fear, suspicion, seeing obstacles, watching for unhappy events to come to pass, living in the past or future, not living in the now. Affirmations. The light of Christ now floods my eyeballs. I have the crystal clear vision of the Spirit. I see clearly and distinctly. There are no obstacles on my pathway. I see clearly the fulfillment of my heart's desire. I have the X-ray eye of the Spirit. I see through apparent obstacles. I see clearly the miracles come to pass. I have the crystal clear vision of the Spirit. I see clearly the open road. There are no obstacles on my pathway. I now see miracles and wonders come to pass. I give thanks for my perfect sight. I see God in every face. I see good in every situation. I have the crystal clear vision of the Spirit. I look up and down and all around, for my good comes from north, south, east, and west. My eyes are God's eyes, perfect and flawless. The light of Christ floods my eyeballs and streams my pathway. I see clearly. There are no lions on my way, only angels and continual blessings. Anemia. Affirmation. I am nourished by the Spirit within. Every cell in my body is filled with light. I give thanks for radiant health and continual happiness. Ears. Affirmation. My ears are the ears of Spirit. The light of the Christ now streams through my ears, dissolving all hardness or malformation. I hear clearly the voice of intuition and give instant obedience. I hear clearly glad tidings of great joy. Rheumatism. Affirmation. The light of Christ now floods my consciousness, dissolving all acid thoughts. I love everyone, and everyone loves me. I give thanks for my radiant health and happiness. False growths. Affirmation. Every plant my Father in heaven has not planted shall be rooted up. All false ideas in my consciousness are now obliterated. The light of Christ streams through every cell, and I give thanks for my radiant health and happiness now and forevermore. Heart disease. Affirmation. My heart is a perfect idea and divine mind, and is now in its right place doing its right work. It is a happy heart, a courageous heart, and a loving heart. The light of Christ streams through every cell, and I give thanks for my radiant health. Animals. Affirmations. Identify any appearance of disorder. This dog is perfect idea in divine mind and now expresses God's perfect idea of a perfect dog. Infinite intelligence illuminates and directs this animal. It is a perfect idea in divine mind and is always in its right place. Elements. Man is made in God's likeness and image, imagination, and is given power and dominion over all created things. He has power to rebuke the winds and the waves, check floods, or bring rain when it is needed. There is a tribe of American Indians who live in the desert country and depend on the power of prayer only to bring rain to water their crops. They have a rain dance, which is a form of prayer. Yet no chief is allowed to take part who has any fear. They give exhibitions of courage before they are admitted to the ceremonies. A woman who was an eyewitness told me that out of the blue sky came a flood of rain, the sun still shining. Fire. Affirmation. Fire is man's friend and is always in the right place doing its right work. Drought. Affirmation. There is no drought in divine mind. I give thanks for the right amount of rain to nourish these crops or gardens. I see clearly this gentle downpour, and the manifestation is now. Storms. Affirmation. The Christ within now rebukes the winds and the waves, and there comes a great calm. I see clearly peace established on land and sea. Journey. Affirmation. I give thanks for the divinely planned journey under divinely planned conditions with the divinely planned supply. Miscellaneous. The thing you dislike or hate will surely come upon you. For when man hates, he makes a vivid picture in the subconscious mind, and it objectifies. The only way to erase these pictures is through non-resistance. The law of non-resistance. For example, a woman was interested in a man who told her repeatedly of his charming women cousins. She was jealous and resentful, and he passed out of her life. Later on, she met another man to whom she was much attracted. In the course of their conversation, he mentioned some women cousins he was very fond of. She resented it and then laughed, for here were her old friends, the cousins, back again. This time she tried no resistance. She blessed all the cousins in the universe and sent them goodwill, for she knew if she didn't, every man she met would be stocked up with women relatives. She was successful, for she never heard cousins mentioned again. This is the reason so many people have unhappy experiences repeated in their lives. I knew a woman who bragged of her troubles. She would go about saying to people, "I know what trouble is," and then wait for their words of sympathy. Of course, the more she mentioned her troubles, the more she had, for by her words she was condemned. She should have used her words to neutralize her troubles, instead to multiply them. For example, had she said repeatedly, "I cast every burden upon the Christ within, and I go free," and not voiced her sorrows, they would have faded from her life, for by your words you are justified. I will give to thee the land that thou seest. Man is ever reaping on the external what he has sown in his thought world. For example, a woman needed money and was walking along the street making the affirmation that God was her immediate supply. She looked down, and at her feet was a $2 bill, which she picked up. A man standing near, a watchman in a building, said to her, "Lady, did you pick up some money? I thought it was a piece of chewing gum paper." A lot of people walked over it, but when you came it opened up like a leaf. The others, thinking lack, had passed over it, but at her words of faith it unfurled. So with the opportunities in life, one man sees another passes by. Faith without works or action is dead. The student, in order to bring into manifestation the answer to his prayer, must show active faith. For example, a woman came to me asking me to speak the word for the renting of a room. I gave her the statement, "I give thanks that the room is now rented to the right and perfect man for the right price, giving perfect satisfaction." Several weeks passed, yet the room had not been rented. I asked, "Have you shown active faith? Have you followed every hunch in regard to the room?" She replied, "I had a hunch to get a lamp for the room, but I decided I couldn't afford it." I said, "You'll never rent the room until you get the lamp. For in buying the lamp, you are acting your faith, impressing the subconscious mind with certainty." I asked, "What is the price of the lamp?" She answered, $4. I explained, $4 standing between you and the perfect man. She became so enthusiastic she bought 2 lamps. About a week elapsed, and in walked the perfect man. He did not smoke and paid the rent in advance and fulfilled her ideal in every way. Unless you become as a little child and dig your ditches, you shall in no way enter the kingdom of manifestation. Without the vision, my people perish. Unless man has some objective, some promised land to look forward to, he begins to perish. We see it so often in small country towns, in the men who sit around a stove all winter, who ain't got no ambition. Within each one is an undiscovered country, a gold mine. I knew a man in a country town called Magnolia Charlie, because he always found the first magnolia in the spring. He was a shoemaker, yet every afternoon left his work to go to the station to meet the 4:15 train from a distant city. They were the only romances in his life, the first magnolia and the 4:15 train. He felt vaguely the call of the vision in the superconscious mind. The divine design for him included travel, and perhaps he was to become a genius in the plant world. Through the spoken word, the divine design may be released, and each one fulfilled his destiny. I now see clearly the perfect plan for my life. Divine enthusiasm fires me, and I now fulfill my destiny. The spiritual attitude towards money is to know that God is man's supply, and that he draws it from the abundance of all spheres through his faith and spoken word. When man realizes this, he loses all greed for money and is fearless in letting it go out. With his magic purse of the Spirit, his supply is endless and immediate, and he knows also that giving precedes receiving. For example, a woman came to me asking me to speak the word for $500 for the 1st of August. It was then about the 1st of July. I knew her very well and said, "The trouble with you is you don't give enough. You must open your channels of supply for giving." She had accepted an invitation to visit a friend and did not want to go on the account of the formality. She said, "Please treat me to be polite for 3 weeks, and I want to get away as soon as possible, and be sure to speak the word for the $500. She went to the friend's house and was unhappy and restless, and tried continually to leave, but was always persuaded to stay longer. She remembered my advice, however, and gave the people about her presents. Whenever possible, she made a little gift. It was nearing the 1st of August, and no sign of the $500, and no way of escape from the visit. The last day of July, she said, "Oh, God, maybe I haven't given enough." So she tipped all the servants more than she had intended. The 1st of August, her hostess said to her, "My dear, I want to make you a gift," and she handed her a check for $500. God works in unexpected ways, his wonders to perform. Affirmations. God is incapable of separation or division. Therefore, my good is incapable of separation or division. I am one with my undivided good. All that is mine by divine right is now released and reaches me in a perfect way under grace. God's work is finished now and must manifest. I serve only faith, and my unlimited abundance is made manifest. I am undisturbed by appearances. I trust in God, and He now brings to me the desires of my heart. My good now overtakes me in a surprising way. The divine plan of my life cannot be tampered with. It is incorruptible and indestructible. It awaits only my recognition. There is no there is only here. Reveal to me the way. Let me see clearly the blessings which Thou hast given me. Let Thy blessed will be done in me this day. Hunches are my hounds of heaven. They lead me in the perfect way. All things I seek are now seeking me. Divine activity is now operating in my mind, body, and affairs, whether I see it or not. Since I am one with the only presence, I am one with my heart's desire. I now have the single eye of the Spirit and see only completion. I am a perfect idea in divine mind, and I am always in my right place doing my right work at the right time for the right pay. The Columbus in you will see you through. I am irresistible magnet for checks, bills, and currency, for everything that belongs to me by divine right. Thou in me art completion. As I have asked, I shall receive. The law of God is the law of increase, and I give thanks for increase under grace in perfect ways. I dwell in a sea of abundance. I see clearly my inexhaustible supply. I see clearly just what to do. My world of the wondrous now swings into manifestation, and I enter my promised land under grace. Great peace have I who love Thy law of non-resistance, and nothing shall offend me. Thou in me art inspiration, revelation, and illumination. Nothing is too good to be true. Nothing is too wonderful to happen. Nothing is too good to last. Ask and you shall receive by receivejoy. The power of the universe. Look up at the sky. We see the blue. It is vast. There is so much more out there than what is underneath our feet and immediately around us. There is more than the thin air we breathe. There is an invisible force that surrounds all. There is a power. The universe is full of power. We all come from this power. It is greater than our individual self. It has continual abundance. It is formulated from love. It contains all light and life. It is magnificent. It's free and is equally available to all of us. It supports and embraces all life. Somehow we have an inner knowledge that we are from this vast heavenly power, containing continual awesome perfection. It is a beautiful energy that exists and is full of absolute intelligence. It is consistent and flows progressively. This power is called many names: God, Holy Spirit, Holy Ghost, Spirit of God, Almighty Power, God Source, Source Light Energy, the Kingdom of Heaven, the Universe, the Quantum Field, the Morphic Field, Firmament, the Universal Energy, the Universal Force, Ether, the Heavenly Dimensions, the Divine, Outer Space, Worlds Beyond, and so on. There are many words we use to describe this power. How can we become more consistently aware of the power? Let us be more mindful of the divine power so that we can access and call on it. We all agree that there is something powerful, tremendous, awesome, and mysterious out there which is greater than ourselves and part of ourselves. It is outside of us and it is inside of us. Although we sometimes feel we are separate from it, we are indeed connected to it. As it surrounds us, it literally fills the space between every cell of our body, and it fills all matter. When God flung the stars into existence, He set up a divine delivery system.
Since we are His most valued creation, He wishes for us to be aware of it, understand it, access it, communicate with it, and use it in our daily lives for our greatest good. It is always fully available to us. Bring the whole tithe into the storehouse, that there may be food in my house. Test me in this, says the Lord Almighty, and see if I will not throw open the floodgates of heaven and pour out so much blessing that there will not be room enough to store it. Malachi 3:10. There is more than enough of everything for everyone. There is absolute abundance. It is time to decide to open ourselves and our lives to receive. We have the choice to allow ourselves to flow with this awesome force. When God breathed into us His gift of life, we received connection to His almighty power. Let us embrace this power. God gave us His kingdom, which includes this universe and all its power, as our inheritance. Then the King will say to those on His right, "Come, you who are blessed by my Father, inherit the kingdom, prepared for you from the foundation of the world." Matthew 25:34. Let us decide to cash the check, use the wealth. Let us understand that the heavenly dimensions are here for us and that they support us. This universal energy is our divine gift, our birthright, given to us by God and our inheritance. The cosmos is carefully designed to please us, to help us, to make us happy, to give us everything we wish for and everything our heart desires. It has been said many times in many ways, what we can conceive and believe, the universe will help us achieve. This almighty power was set up for our use. Now it is time to learn its language and allow ourselves to use it. One of my clients shared a story of swimming in the ocean. He was about a mile offshore when all of a sudden a strong storm blew in. Although he was a triathlete, the waves were so forceful that he became too tired to make it back to shore. He began to feel greatly fatigued. He told God that it was all right if this was his time to go. He started sinking. Instantly he felt a big rock under his feet. He was able to stand on the rock as he saw his friends rowing a boat from shore. They had to pull him into the boat. From that moment he knew there was a power watching over him. The Lord is my rock, my fortress, and my deliverer. My God is my rock, in whom I take refuge, my shield and the horn of my salvation, my stronghold. Psalms 18:2. God, the almighty power of the universe, is always with us. His power is right here to call upon, especially when we seek Him most. 14 years ago, I was sitting at my desk at work and I realized I desired new Rolodex cards. I had gone to the office supply store 4 times, and every time I had forgotten to buy Rolodex cards. At that moment, I looked up to God and said, "Your memory is superior to mine. Please remind me about the Rolodex cards tomorrow." When I came to work the next morning at 7 a.m., there were 2 large metal boxes leaning against the door blocking my entry. Surprised, I picked up the 2 tin boxes, took them inside, and set them on my desk. When I opened them up, they were large cases full of Rolodex cards the size of automobile license plates. This was the first time I had seen such a thing. I laughed and thanked God. God has such a sense of humor. I will remember Rolodex cards for the rest of my life. God created us in His image. He also laughs and smiles as humans do and creates grand things with His sense of humor. He often uses humor when giving us what we ask for. Let us create more with joyous laughter, smiles, and humor. He continues to surprise me with His wit on many occasions. I came out of work one day to find a brand new dumpster gently resting against the back bumper of my car. I wondered where the dumpster came from and why it was resting against my car. As always, I asked myself, what did I ask for in my last prayer? I immediately remembered that I had blocked the trash bins at my apartment building so that the cans had remained full all week. I asked the universe to find a solution as to where to put my trash. God gave me an enormous answer. and a reminder to use this free, abundant, perfect power of the universe. The power of the quantum world. The quantum world consists of what lies beyond our physical perception and conception. It is the invisible. To make it easy to envision, compare it with the internet. In order to transmit and receive anything on our computers and cell phones, free of wires, waves travel to and from our devices via cell towers. Our bodies are like cell towers, emitting and receiving waves that travel through the air. Similar to the waves emitted from our cell phone or X-ray machine, they all are invisible. Our minds and our hearts receive and transmit. The waves they send out can penetrate all physical matter. These waves hold a consistent strength and amount of energy over any distance and can be received instantly anywhere in the world. They are more powerful or more accurate than the waves radiating from the manufactured objects such as radio beams or satellite transmissions. The mind can transmit, receive, and change any frequency that exists. The exact frequency we send out or transmit attracts back a matching energy. These waves connect us with the universal divine delivery system. We function like magnetic frequency generators. We come equipped with two major energy generators to connect to the power source, our mind and our heart being the more powerful. Interestingly, research at the Heart Math Institute in Boulder Creek, California, revealed that the heart has an electric force 100 times stronger and a magnetic force 5,000 times stronger than the brain. Our hearts create frequency vibrations through our feelings, just as our minds create frequency vibrations through our thoughts. The heart is first to develop during gestation in the womb, and when fully grown contains about 40,000 neurons. Once I was sitting in the jacuzzi of a wonderful hotel, where I was staying with friends to celebrate my birthday. I was thinking a pleasant thought of having a drink in my hand. I usually pass on alcoholic beverages. Still, in this very instant, I had the opportunity to look like a movie star or model in a fancy hotel advertisement. Just a few minutes later, one of my friends came to the jacuzzi carrying 2 margaritas. A thought generated a vibration which instantly materialized. Years later, when I asked her how she knew what I was requesting, she told me that we had received 2 free margarita coupons from the hotel. I thought she chose margaritas because we had vacationed together years ago in the Florida Keys and had enjoyed margaritas at Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville. The universe hears our requests and acts on them. Our mind and thought processes are independent of our physical brain. The flesh of our brain is part of our physical body. It registers all sensations. For example, it is attached to the nervous system which makes the heart beat. The vessel inside lacks thought process. Our whole body, including the physical brain, is entirely controlled by our mind. The mind is so powerful that it can override all systems in the body. We may think, why is my body reacting this way? When actually the body does what the mind tells it to do, and our body feels what the mind focuses on. Emotion is absent from the physical body. It is the mind that is in charge of all feelings and the processing of sensations. We are eternal beings with physical bodies, living within a quantum world. As we are vibrational beings, we oscillate at the same vibration with God. We will live vibrationally connected by our matching frequencies to His abundant source of energy. Filled with the source energy, we are always vibrating with it. This abundant source energy contains a constant understanding and honoring of all life forms. It is reactive to us. Our thoughts, focus, feelings, and words continually summon this energy. It is all-providing and all-loving, full of continual possibilities. When we are aligned with the perfect vibration of love and joy, we are connected with God's universal energy. In this light, all is well. When we choose to match our vibrational power to the almighty power, we regain our birthright. Our birthright is to be consciously connected with God's power source, allowing us throughout our lives to flow light and easy. Is life force consciously connected? Are we one big entity with separate outlets? Humanity is a collective consciousness. In his book, Napoleon Hill refers to it as the master mind. Roger D. Nelson and his colleagues from the Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research PAIR Institute, associated with Princeton University, referred to it as coherent consciousness. The Institute conducted a continual 9-year study called the Global Consciousness Project. The study included people from 37 different countries worldwide. Electrodes were used to measure and track brainwave frequencies. When I met Roger Nelson, he explained to me that prior to a major incident, a tsunami or 9/11, the brainwave patterns of everyone tested in every country rose off the charts simultaneously. I bought a computer from an acquaintance of mine in Germany to run a special software program. It sat dormant for a while. When my friend visited, she asked to use the computer. We both were trying to remember the password. She sent an email to the former owner in Germany, hoping he remembered the password. The next morning, our German friend from whom I bought the computer called. I said, "Thank you for calling. Did you receive our email?" He replied, "What email?" Usually we only talk twice a year. He was calling me about a completely different matter. Our intention of talking to him was so strong that the universe compelled him to instantly connect. How often do we think about a person and they call a moment later, and likewise, how many times do we call someone and the first thing they say to us is, "I was just thinking about you"? Once a mind conceptualizes or experiences something, all minds can conceive the same thing in the same moment. This is why numerous inventions are made at the same time. Here are a few examples. Thomas Edison and Joseph Swan simultaneously developed the light bulb based on carbon fiber. Carl Benz and Gottlieb Daimler developed the automobile at the same time in 1885, both in Germany, one in Mannheim and the other in Stuttgart. Elisha Gray and Alexander Graham Bell both developed the telephone at the same time. Bell is credited today as the developer of the telephone because he announced the patent 2 hours earlier than Gray, on February 14, 1878. The same phenomena is shown when an athlete achieves a record time and it becomes the new standard of all humans in that field. The new record time will then quickly be achieved by many athletes and often surpassed. If one rat completes a maze in a certain time, later other rats can reach the end of the maze more quickly. Once a new neural pathway is created, all life forms can instantly tap into it and follow it. After 30 years of studying and working with quantum physics and the laws of nature, I have observed and now understand how all humanity is connected. Quantum physics includes the study of subatomic particles and electromagnetic waves. We are most powerful when our brain waves are in balance. Our whole body is a finely tuned instrument, functioning optimally when in balance. There are many techniques to harmonize and balance brain waves: meditation, yoga, biofeedback, light and music therapy. These are all great ways to condition and reset them to their intrinsic optimal patterns. Every cell has a unique frequency. We can recharge and encourage every cell to resonate at its perfect energy state. Humans have the ability to affect the intelligence of every individual cell. When we keep the vibrational balance in all parts of our body, everything is possible. We vibrate with God's divine source light energy. Every cell in our body is bursting with photon light energy. We are light beings with magnificent intelligence vibrating in every cell. This is God's power within us. The power of the mind. The universe acts as our divine delivery system. As with gravity, whether we believe it exists or we lack the belief in the universal principle, it just is, and it constantly works. With every thought we think, and even more, with every word we speak, we create by using this delivery system. This delivering force is absolute and eternal. It prevails. All we have to do is to make the choice to decide to utilize this power to our advantage. We were given this life and this power to create. Like our Heavenly Father, we are creators, inviters, and attractors of all things in our life. Be careful how you think. Your life is shaped by your thoughts. Proverbs 4:23. Can one human being influence and change many things? The answer is a definite yes. Throughout history, we have numerous examples of one human being having a vision and focusing on it. When they completely surrendered to their desired outcome in a peaceful and positive way, all change began. Positive examples are Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, Mother Teresa, Nikola Tesla, Thomas Edison, Henry Ford, Bill Gates, and Steve Jobs. To change anything, let us first change our minds. The mind is a powerful creator, so powerful that it is the source that convinces us to do everything. Before any change is possible, we shall consciously welcome in the opportunity to improve our thought processes. Change starts with our mind. Change happens when we focus our awareness on what we truly desire and start to target what brings us the most joy. Let us decide to focus on receiving happiness and what makes our heart sing. It is self-caring and self-nurturing to keep our focus there. Let us always focus on the solution, especially when we pray. Let us pray into the positive desired outcome. Let us ask for our desires and act as if they are already here. Ask, ask, ask. The 4 components of focusing our thoughts are: 1. Think it, speak it, and write it as if we have it already. 2. Visualize ourselves with our goal in every detail. 3. Affirm and anchor the desired achievement in our mind and heart. 4. Adopt a positive attitude and celebrate the desired achievement. What we focus on and constantly think about, we attract. To use this powerful resource, we shall hold our attention on what we prefer. Focus only on the good. Let us feel great as we attract our creations. When we have tapped into God's power and have increased our focused consciousness, only then can we create more in a year than we can accomplish by drifting through our entire life with lack of purpose. The method to accomplish this greatness is as follows. 1. Think many identical thoughts of our desires. 2. Stay with these thoughts, hold them and ponder them for more than a minute at a time. 3. Revisit these empowering thoughts as often as you wish. Let us give the thought a chance to anchor deeply in our mind and create new neural pathways. A neural pathway is a series of neurons connected together, forming a path that enables a signal to be sent from one region of the brain to another. 2 years after my father passed away, my mother came to our house and asked my husband if he knew a suitable man for her to date. After 45 years of marriage, she wished for company. My husband replied, "There is only one guy I know your age who is single. He is over there sitting on the couch." This gentleman had been a friend of the family for many years, and my mother already knew him well. He had been single his whole life and had come to a number of our family gatherings. "Really? That is John," she answered. My husband replied, "Yes, you asked for a single man, and he is the only one I know." They have now been happily married for 10 years. My mother opened her heart and changed her mind toward him. When we ask, the universe answers. It answers in many ways. Some of them are surprising. Let us open our minds and our hearts to receive what we ask for. After our dog collar had gone missing multiple times, I often asked my youngest daughter to help me find it, and she always did. Before she went to bed, she focused on it being found. In the morning, she knew where it was. On one occasion, it was lying under her bed. Another time, she knew exactly where to look in the lake. There it was, lying in the shallow water. Asking with a determined focus on the preferred result and with a clear intention to receive what the universe answers, creates amazing results. Have faith in the power of intention. My younger sister asked for a rain jacket for Christmas. I called her and asked her to describe her perfect jacket to me. This built our excitement and desire to have it. I asked God to honor her Christmas request for my sake of having the perfect gift for her to make her happy. She desired it to be purple, have a hood, hang below the waist, and be waterproof. I added as a parameter for it to be on sale. When my older sister and my mother went Christmas shopping, they looked in many stores before they made their last stop at Columbia Outfitters to buy this perfect jacket. My mother was ready to go home, and they almost passed the store when my sister insisted they go inside because she knew it was there. They decided to stop in with the clear asking and receiving intention of having the right jacket and found it on sale. It was hip-length, waterproof, with a hood, and purple. God always answers. Let us organize our thoughts, set clear intentions, focus on our intention, ask, and be open to receive the delivery from the universe. The power of attracting. Every vibration that radiates out of us is in the form of thought, word, and deed, is a form of asking, and by the law of the universe comes back. This is the only possibility. We often refer to this drawing effect as the law of attraction, the golden rule, karma, the boomerang effect, like attracts like, and so on. The basic principle behind all of this is similar. Our thoughts, words, and deeds cause matching reactions. The human mind is a magnetic force, drawing toward it everything we focus on, consciously or subconsciously, positive or negative, of good intention or the lack thereof. Everything that goes out receives a matching return vibrational answer. The answer is automatically summoned to us. This magnetic attraction is our creation power. I imagine my life as living in a hall of mirrors. Inside are only me and our Creator, and He only creates good. Everything in our lives reflects right back at us. Every good that goes out of us comes right back, as does everything else. Let us choose to radiate what is good, kind, blessed, loving, encouraging, and uplifting. God gave us creation power. He created us and everything around us. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Genesis 1:1. So God created mankind in His own image. In the image of God, He created them, male and female. He created them. Genesis 1:27. God loves us so much that He desired us to be co-creators with the great I Am. To do this, He created a universal power and designed us to be able to tap into that and harness that power. It is here for the asking, and so we shall ask. Let us decide now to consciously create good and glorify God with His eternal absolute law of attraction. Let us give full praise to God for setting up His divine, powerful delivery system. Human prosperity is based on this absolute law. But whose delight is in the law of the Lord, and who meditates on His law day and night, that person is like a tree planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in season, and whose leaf does not wither. Whatever they do prospers. Psalms 1, 2, and 3. Does this mean we co-create everything? Yes. We do create everything in our reality. We create with our thoughts and words, and then our actions follow. A woman in her 40s was having financial challenges and recently found herself single again. Since she desired to make positive changes in her life, she decided that attracting wealth to her was to be her first step. She visualized herself as a rich woman and posted sticky notes all around her house saying, "I am rich, money flows easily, I am a millionaire." A few months later, she married again. This time, she married one of the wealthiest men in town. Applying her conscious creation power, she currently lives the happy, wealthy life of her dreams. A friend of mine once gave her mother's diamond ring to her future son-in-law to be redesigned into a ring for her daughter. At their engagement party, the couple was playing volleyball, and the stone fell out of the setting into the grass. A few hours later, her daughter noticed it missing. It was dark when the party ended, and her mom said, Let's go home, and we'll come back in the morning and find the diamond." The next day, the mother and the couple went out to look for the stone in the backyard. The mother told the groom, "Walk to the tree, and you will find the diamond in the grass under the tree." As he came back, he told her, "You were right. It was sitting in the grass under the tree." My friend decided that the diamond was to be found wherever she desired to consciously create it. Prior to her surgery, a friend wished for a particular doctor who was the best in his field for this type of procedure. The doctor was over 80 years old and ready to retire. Miraculously, she was his last patient. She decided to reward herself for her successful surgery with a leather jacket. On the way home, she stopped by her neighborhood leather store. Out front was a sale rack with one leather jacket on it. She put on the jacket, it fit perfectly, and she had the exact amount of money in her pocket to buy it. Let us use focused intention for creating things in all areas of our life. Remember, the universe pulls from all abundance. It is already set up to deliver. Imagine the universe continually coming to us with truckloads full of resources and yearning to deliver. In order to find room to restock, the universe eagerly offloads everything day and night. Let us call in our orders so that the trucks can drop off whatever we wish at our door on a continual basis. In one of our miracle group meetings, we talked about what we attracted during the previous week. A relatively new member of our group shared with us that since she is now more aware of her creations, they are appearing in absolute abundance. She started to notice it when a co-worker of hers asked her for a pen. Later that day, a bag of 150 donated pens came to the charity for which she works. She put the pens on her co-worker's desk. When he saw them, he was surprised and asked her what this bag of pens was doing on his table. She calmly said, "These are the pens you asked the universe for." He had already forgotten about his order and was very surprised. See your win and take it in. The next day, the same co-worker was seeking a Tide laundry pen to clean spots from clothes that were donated. He then jokingly said, "Now I ask the universe to also deliver a Tide pen." When they came to the bottom of the bag full of donated clothes, there actually was a pack of laundry pens. The co-workers both had a thankful laugh about it. Later in the week, she asked the universe for one travel coffee mug, since now it was her turn to receive. Soon thereafter, a bag of 50 travel coffee cups were donated. Although she had just asked for one, she realized that we can ask for more as well and pass the rest on. The universe is full of abundance. Why ask for a cup of water when you can have the whole river? At the next meeting, the same member shared with us the following story. "I woke up one morning and my toilet was leaking. As I was laughing about this, with confident creation power, I asked God and His universe for help. The next day, a brand new toilet showed up donated at my job. My boss smiled and said, 'We only sell clothing and home goods here.' I told him that I can use this toilet. He was happy to pass it on and donate it to me. Becoming more aware and confident, now owning her conscious creation power, she was able to take her win home. We all can recall situations when we used attraction power with purpose. One common use is to attract a parking spot. We may start talking to ourselves saying, 'There is an open spot for me.' Soon enough, we attract a spot. Everyone creates consciously and subconsciously at times. Let us lean on the house of the great I Am more often and use His spiritual delivery system consciously for everything that we request and call into our lives. Even if God's mighty law of attracting is new to us, we seem to have a built-in knowledge and awareness of it at times when something becomes very important to us. For example, after we buy a new car, the next few weeks we notice the same model and color car everywhere, because we have a fresh awareness. Our focus directs our energy. We all may wish for more joy in our lives. To attract and receive joy, simply choose to align with God's original blessed declaration that all is good. Let us choose to focus on our birthright of seeing the goodness in all creation. All is well all the time. On the first page of the Bible, when God created everything, He saw that all was good all the time. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. Genesis 1:4. God called the dry ground land and gathered the waters, and the gathered waters he called seas, and God saw that it was good. Genesis 1:10. The land produced vegetation, plants, bearing seed according to their kind, and the trees bearing fruit with seed in it according to their kind, and God saw that it was good. Genesis 1:12. To govern the day and the night, and to separate light from darkness, and God saw that it was good. Genesis 1:18. So God created the great creatures of the sea, and every living thing with which the water teems, and that moves about in it, according to their kinds, and every winged bird according to its kind, and God saw that it was good. Genesis 1:21. God made the wild animals according to their kinds, the livestock according to their kinds, and all the creatures that moved along the ground according to their kinds, and God saw that it was good. Genesis 1:25. God saw all that he had made, and it was very good. Genesis 1:31. Because God focuses on the good, let us choose to direct our focus there as well. If focusing on the good is good enough for him, then focusing on the good is good enough for me. This is the message we have heard from him and declared to you. God is light. In him there is no darkness at all. 1 John 1:5. During a visit with my extended family, I was listening to an elderly gentleman fill me in on what he was up to since I last saw him. He went on and on with his sad stories. As for me, life is good all the time. I interrupted him and asked him straight on, "What is good in your life?" His eyes opened wide as he looked at me. It took him a moment to gather his thoughts before he answered. "You are right. There are good things. My grandchildren are a pure joy." I encouraged him to tell me about the joy in his life, and asked him to share only his good stories when we next meet. First, God declared that all is good 7 times, and then he blessed us. God blessed them. Genesis 1:28. He blessed us again when Jesus died. He left us his Holy Spirit. And I will put my spirit within you, and cause you to walk in my statutes, and be careful to obey my rules. Ezekiel 36:27. Because now his powerful spirit is in us, we are the magnetic force operating within the vibrational field of attraction. I am filled with power with the Spirit of the Lord. Micah 3:8. Imagine if we consciously ask all the time. Let us choose to use our focus intentionally and purify our thoughts and our words. Seek to find the good in everyone and everything. Allow our actions to create happiness and all the positive outcomes we desire. The power of receiving and giving. In accordance with the strongest law in the universe, the law of attraction, the more one gives in joy, the more one receives. Giving and receiving share the same vibrational field, as does flow and allow. Human nature is made to receive and give. To begin receiving, the suggestion has been made to increase our giving. In order to receive more, let us give more. The most well-known verse of the Bible is John 3:16, where it is shown that God gave us the greatest gift, his Son. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. John 3:16. The amount we have to give is of little concern. What matters most is that we have the heart and pure desire to give. This is clearly shown in the story of the widow's offering in the Holy Bible in Mark 12. Jesus sat down opposite the place where the offerings were put and watched the crowd putting their money into the temple treasury. Many rich people threw in large amounts, but a poor widow came and put in 2 very small copper coins, worth only a few cents. Calling his disciples to him, Jesus said, "Truly I tell you, this poor widow has put more into the treasury than all the others. They all gave out of their wealth, but she, out of her poverty, put in everything, all she had to live on." Mark 12:41 through 44. There is much more than money we can give. The most powerful gift we have is to allow ourselves to be the blessing. Let us bless everyone we come in contact with on our path. Let us share our talents, prayers, smiles, encouragement, and beautiful words. Let us be there for one another. Jesus gave his prayers and blessings over everyone rather than money. Let us show our love for humanity. Each of you should give what you have decided in your heart to give, not reluctant or under compulsion, for God loves a cheerful giver. 2 Corinthians 9:7. To be cheerful givers, we shall also open our hearts to receive. We can only draw money from a bank account if money has been deposited to begin with. The same is true for our emotional account. I pray that we all freely receive and freely give. Jesus says in Matthew 13, "For whosoever has to him more shall be given, and he will have an abundance." Matthew 13:12. A client came to me and shared her story of how she came to receive, through manifesting, the money to go to a seminar she desired to attend. While at an introductory seminar, she was asked to attend the advanced training. She was short of the required $800 deposit. People at the seminar encouraged her to create the money with her intention, reminding her to focus on already having the money and leaving the how to God. Within 3 weeks, a check for $800 came in the mail for a payment of a job that she had completed 3 years prior when a company put a project on hold. The more astonishing part of this story is that the company asked her to finish the original project and agreed to pay her $3,000 more. She accepted, and they paid her the extra money. The $800 was the exact amount for the seminar deposit, and the $3,000 was the exact amount to complete the advanced training. The reason the company chose her to finish the project was because she was the only one who graciously forgave them for taking so long to pay. She chose to remain calm during their reconstruction time. Then finally, the final touch on the big studio project took simple editing of about 10 minutes, because 3 years prior her team had mostly completed the project. This story is a beautiful example of a woman cheerfully giving time, talent, and money. She also graciously chose forgiveness while trusting that God's grace will take care of her. Let us then approach God's throne of grace with confidence, so that we may receive mercy and find grace to help us in our time of need. Hebrews 4:16. He has saved us and called us to a holy life, not because of anything we have done, but because of his own purpose and grace. This grace was given us in Christ Jesus before the beginning of time. 2 Timothy 1:9. Good will come to those who are generous and lend freely, who conduct their affairs with justice. Psalms 112:5. The exactness of the universe. The universe has perfect organization and accurate design. Since we are receiving our power from the source light energy, it loves to work with us in exactness. When we are connected with the source light energy, we can order in extreme detail. Also, our orders can be multidimensional, combining many parameters. For example, we can add dates, names, places, attitudes, color, amounts, and desired outcomes. The universe puts everything in place with beautiful synchronicity. The universe moves things around in our favor to allow its precise accuracy to be fulfilled, to match perfectly with our orders. We have the opportunity to create with perfect accuracy if we so desire. Allow the universe to demonstrate, to determine how it will be done. Still, the exact details are ours to designate as we wish. Ask, and we shall receive. All matter exists in neutrality, waiting for our mind and words to mold it. God molds us, and we mold our lives. Let us choose to ask by declaring our detailed desires with precision, using beautiful words. A client of mine shared his story of creating a car for himself. A black Toyota was his greatest desire. At the time, he was living in Jamaica and owned a barbershop. One February, he was looking at his savings account, and it made him realize that the car of his dreams was still just a dream. He had heard of the power of attraction and decided to give it a try. He knew that it was important to ask for what he desired and leave the how open. He placed a picture of the dream car on the ceiling over his bed to look at it before he went to bed and when he woke up. He visited the car dealership. He sat in the car, started the engine, felt and smelled it, pushed buttons and turned on the air conditioner. He talked with his friends about the car. He fueled his desire with his exciting emotion for the color. I love black. He noticed black cars everywhere he looked. He knew the cost to buy this car was $4,500. After about a month, he was almost ready to call it quits. He resisted the urge to giving in and continued to believe, remained calm, and acted as if he was already the owner of his new car. He actively turned on his inner positive voice and reminded him to stay focused on possessing the car. I will have this car for my birthday in May, he told himself. It was March. During the next week, a customer came into his shop, noticing that he had extra space available. This customer desired a place for his business and told him the empty area was just what he was looking for. He wished to consult his business partner and contact him later. My client paid the rent for the whole space, so subleasing the empty portion was a great idea. His customer's business entailed nutrition, which complemented his shop. 6 weeks later, he finally heard from the customer again. He had almost forgotten about it. A call came from overseas. It was the customer telling him that he was still interested in the space. He wired his rent for an entire year in advance, and the extra money to have the space cleaned and painted. $2,000 immediately, and another $2,000 was promised when the customer returned. My client was honored by the trust extended to him. He cleaned up the space and made it ready. When the businessman arrived, he was so pleased with the job that he paid him a $500 bonus. Thus, my client acquired the exact amount for his car. He received his dream car in time for his birthday with one alteration. He decided on a silver one. A dear friend in my neighborhood asked for a biofeedback machine for Christmas. It was 2 days before Christmas, and our miracle group met for dinner. At the meeting, she explained that the biofeedback machine was her only Christmas wish. She wrote down her desire, and our miracle group encouraged her with our agreement. I asked her how much she wished to pay for the device and why she desired it. She said she was willing to pay $7,000. She asked to have this device in order to help herself, her family, and her friends with their health. The group prayed over her desired gift. Since it was only 2 days before Christmas, there was little time to order online. She wished it to come with a laptop and software already installed, ready for immediate use. A further parameter was it was available locally for easy pickup. That night, I went out to a business dinner with my husband. The moment I stepped into a restaurant, I bumped into an old friend, and the first thing he mentioned to me was that he had his biofeedback machine for sale, and inquired if I knew anyone who was interested in buying it. I asked him how much he was willing to sell it for, and he replied the exact number my friend was willing to spend, $7,000. I said, "Sold. We will come to your house in the morning and pick it up." The moment I came home, I called to tell my friend that we will be picking up her Christmas gift in the morning. She had been out walking and affirming her excitement of having her gift. With our combined precious focus and willful intention, her Christmas wish became reality that very day. A businessman sought a bonus that satisfied him for his strategic brilliance. When his wife asked him what amount shall compensate him for his work, he replied, $500,000 is my number. His wife wrote down, "My husband is paid $500,000 bonus this year." When the bonuses were distributed, his was $500,000. Out of all possible numbers, the universe delivered the exact amount he and his wife asked for. 2 sisters were on the phone discussing a charity dinner. One told the other that she was in charge of the ticket sales and coordinating the supplies to match the sales for the event. For the event to be a true success, she and her colleagues desired more sales. She further explained that she had spent a great deal of time arranging for food and resources for a great number of meals to be served, and forecasted ticket sales accordingly. The charity dinner was being held in 2 days to benefit her child's school. Her sister asked, "How many dinners do you wish to sell?" When she hesitated, her sister suggested that she read the number on the package of the paper plates. 144, she replied. Both wrote down in their journals that 144 dinners were sold. After the event, the final count revealed that exactly 144 dinners were sold that night. God's universe delivered the very precise, very wonderful, very fantastic miracle of exactly 104 dinner tickets sold. While my girlfriend and I visited at my house to discuss our future business plans, my husband came in and shared that it was essential for a company he was involved in to receive an additional $10 million in funding. My husband and I had invested a large amount of money already, so I was motivated to ask for the new money with these parameters. First, our shares hold their value. Second, the money comes from a source other than us personally. Third, the money comes easily with little work for my husband. My girlfriend and I wrote everything down and seconded the asking. It was a Monday night. By the end of the week, the company received a loan offer in the amount of $10 million with a low interest rate. The money acquired met all my parameters and made my husband and me very happy. Let us be as specific as possible and set parameters. When we order, to allow ourselves to receive everything we desire and be joyful. When our desires are clear and we value our goals enough, we will be specific with our asking. When children write a wish list for Santa Claus, it is a very important mission to them. They make their list as long as possible and are very specific. They know exactly what they are hoping for and what the desired gift looks like. It is easier to go shopping from a list of desires than to guess what they might be interested in. As parents, we are pleased to see our children's eyes sparkle on Christmas morning. We intend for them to be full of joy for more than 1 or 2 days of the year. We aspire to fulfill their desires. God is our Heavenly Father. He also aspires to fill our desires and delights in our happiness and satisfaction every day. One morning when my daughter was about 8 years old, she came into the kitchen and declared to me, "I am asking for $100,000. The evening before, we were on a long walk, and I had explained to her that she can be, have, and do whatever she desires. A friend came to visit and slept in my daughter's bedroom. Shortly after, my friend came out for breakfast. She told my daughter to go to her bedroom and look on top of her pillow because she had left something there for her. My daughter ran into her room and came back with a chocolate bar with a picture on the wrapper of a $100,000 bill. She was happy about the gift, although her comment was, "Next time I will ask for the real thing." One day, when I was driving my old car, a man pulled close and yelled out the window, "Please sell me your car, lady. I am looking for your exact car." I wondered to myself why anyone might desire to buy my old car. That night I went to the YMCA. When I was ready to go home, I turned the key in the ignition and my car was silent. I was stunned, since it was running very well on the way there. I looked at the odometer. It registered 100,000 miles. I had the car towed to my friend's auto shop, and he told me that it was time for a new engine. I searched my mind for what had brought on this incident. I remembered the day I purchased the car from the dealer. On my way home, I thought about how long I intended to keep it. 10 years prior, I declared, "I will keep this car for 100,000 miles." Since we create everything, sometimes we may wish to search our minds to recall when we created it. Recently, I went shopping at the grocery store, only to grab a few things. However, I soon found myself filling the cart. I had some cash in my pocket, although the amount was a secret to me. When I went to check out, I told the cashier that I might require a subtotal because I only had whatever money is left in my pocket. With a smile, he said, "It will be perfect." I agreed. The total was $81.25. I took the cash from my pocket and handed it to the cashier. It was $81. We both had fun and laughed as the cashier loaned me a quarter. We are always welcome to change our goals or alter our path at any time. We may change our mind as often as we wish and start asking for our new desires, as we focus on what feels good to us in every given moment. It helps us to determine what desires move us toward our goals. My sister shared the following creation story. While in the airport waiting for our connecting flight to arrive, my husband and I were informed of our delayed departure due to weather. Since I was flying with someone who prefers other means of transportation, I put on my happy face and let everyone know a little delay was fine with us. I began to declare that we were patient, happy to wait, and our party receiving us on the other end was patient also. Each new announcement brought another delay, and it became apparent that for the flights to remain on schedule, a lot of precision and amazing coordination had to happen. Keeping a positive attitude, I did a lot of praying for everyone involved and waited. At one point I said, "Enough. Why am I declaring that we are okay with waiting when I really desire something else? I declare that our plane lands immediately, the passengers disembark quickly. The cleaning crew will prep the plane efficiently and in record time. Our flight attendants will be ready to board, and all passengers will start boarding in 10 minutes. In addition to all that, I added, and we are ready for takeoff at 5:15 p.m. with our luggage." We had waited long enough. My last few texts read, 4:57 p.m. from my family. "Are you on the plane yet?" 4:58 p.m. from me. "We are still at the gate. I just declared that our plane is boarding and ready to leave for Jacksonville, North Carolina with our suitcases by 5:15 p.m. today." 5:11 p.m. from me. "In the future, I will immediately order what I really wish to create. We are on the plane and ready for departure. See you in an hour." Our plane was taxiing for takeoff at 5:16 p.m. and up in the air exactly according to my newly ordered schedule. It was definitely a God-made miracle. The power of the Word. "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." John 1:1. Besides forming man, God spoke everything that is into existence. He uses words. All creation was, is, and will be spoken or written into existence. "And God said, let there be light, and there was light." Genesis 1:3. God left us the Holy Bible. It is a book which, when opened, is full of only one thing: words. The Bible is our manual to this life experience. Every year, it is the #1 best-selling book in the world. It supersedes all other book sales by such a great margin, because humankind's powerful and universal desire to know God and His Word is continual. The Word trumps the thought. At a seminar, I had the privilege to walk across hot coals, and even though my mind knew they were hot and my body was questioning my mind, I successfully crossed the coals because of my chanting and anchoring positive words of, "Yes, I can. I am walking on cool moss." When my mind questioned the ability of my body to achieve it, my words trumped my mind. Being a magnetic force, humans attract consciously and subconsciously with the frequencies transmitted from our minds and our hearts. Creation is conscious when we master our words. God was so smart making the word final. Our mind tends to be scattered. Our mind wanders constantly, day and night, in this dimension and others. Everything is created in our conscious state. Our dream state is merely a reflection of our own consciousness. The Word performs the final creation. The thought attracts, the Word creates. For the Word of God is alive and active, sharper than a double-edged sword. It penetrates even to dividing soul and spirit, joints and marrow. It judges the thoughts and attitudes of the heart. Hebrews 4:12. Because we are children of God, we share His creation power in this universe. We shall be aware that we have as much power to create the positive as the opposite. For whoever would love life and see good days must keep their tongue from evil and their lips from deceitful speech. 1 Peter 3:10. Humans are the only creatures on earth that are able to speak words. This grants us the unique ability to co-create with God. We are His greatest creation, and we are made in His image. Because He creates, we can create, and He creates by speaking things into existence. Like Him, we create with the use of our words. Let us be conscious of our use of our words. Let us extend our vocabulary to say what we really mean in order to always create what is good. Words are symbols whose meanings people have agreed on. God told Adam to name every animal on earth. He has the ability to name everything himself, and yet he has the desire to interact and co-create with us. Right from the beginning, God chose man to co-create with him and encouraged us to use our words to do it. Now the Lord God had formed out of the ground all the wild animals and all the birds in the sky. He brought them to the man to see what he would name them, and whatever the man called each living creature, that was its name. So the man gave names to all the livestock, the birds in the sky, and all the wild animals. Genesis 2:19 and 20. The agreements about the meanings we have for every single word we use prompts thoughts, images, and stories in our minds. A thought takes us one place at a time. A word can set a whole movie full of many connected thoughts in motion. Every word sparks a unique memory for everyone. Compound words generate a different image or movie in our mind than a single word. Think about the word God. We may think about His creation power, our relationship with Him, or our favorite Bible verse. Next, let us think about Father. We may picture God or our biological father with a whole flood of memories. Now, let us visualize Godfather. Most likely, a person dear to us pops into our head, or possibly an entire movie. Combined words hold a different creation power than a single word. One of my favorite exercises to show this phenomena came from a writing class in which the teacher wrote a random word on the board, and we were to write our memory about it in 1 minute. He chose common words like hair and bread. Everyone came up with brilliant stories from years gone by. Each word activated a memory. Every story for every word is unique for every one, as are the pictures in our mind and our agreements of each meaning. Try this out. Think of the word Cinderella. What does it evoke in your mind? We may think about when someone read the story to us at bedtime or when we watched the famous Disney movie. We may even identify with one of the characters. Are we the princess or the prince living happily ever after? Are we identifying with the stepmother or one of the mice? A friend of mine definitely identifies with the fairy godmother. This is what she is for my children. The association my sister holds with this story and other fairy tales is that the mother always dies. The concept I took from the movie was, whomever the shoe fits. What I mean by this is, we all have our own beliefs fitting us in this moment. There are also words with a variety of meanings. For example, the word shalom. It's so complex and beautiful that it holds the meaning of peace, harmony, wholeness, completeness, prosperity, welfare, tranquility, hello and goodbye. Namaste contains the understanding of, I bow to the divine in you. Growing up, we simply accept word definitions we are taught. Then along the way, we form our own meanings through our own experiences. Our belief system is formed. We all come from different backgrounds, which leads to varied beliefs and understanding of words. These different realities are articulated especially in our relationships with our loved ones. So classification about what we really mean is advisable when we speak with others, as their understanding might differ from ours. The creation power comes with the tongue. With the use of our words, we influence all matter, including ourselves and even water. The power of imprinting water with words. Vibration is the force that moves us. Everything in existence vibrates. Our words vibrate, creating resonance, which forms energy. Words themselves are energy. Energy is vibration, and vibrations form life, light, and sound. Therefore, words are life. These vibrations have an immediate impact on the physical. Our world is constantly changing, and water is the first to recognize change. Water registers and reflects any frequency it is exposed to. Dr. Masaru Emoto spent his life researching and educating humanity about water's true nature and the effects of words and all vibrations have on water. His incredible water crystal photography demonstrates to our amazement how our thoughts, words, emotions, prayers, and music are truly vibrations that actually change the structure of water. Emoto's legacy involved freezing water samples after they had been exposed to various vibrational frequencies to see if they are formed into beautiful crystals or showed the absence of molecular structure, almost resembling mud. When a vial of water had a beautiful word such as love, gratitude, happiness, or thank you labeled on it, according to Dr. Emoto's tests, the water in the vial froze into perfect, beautiful snowflakes, with every word forming a unique crystal. The language the word was written in on the vial was irrelevant. Continually, the positive words froze with beautiful crystal structure, and the negative words froze without structure. He proved to the world that positive words hold creation power and are in tune with nature. Negative words lack creation power. Here's a sample of words and phrases that form beautiful water crystals. Affection, amen, angel, beautiful, change, compassion, courtesy, dream, dreams come true, emotion, energetic, Jehovah, let's do it, love and gratitude, love and thanks, love of country, love of humanity, mom, wife, peace, peace of mind, resonance, you are beautiful, wisdom, and so on. Thus, I encourage myself and all humanity to add these words and phrases to our vocabulary. There is also a list of words and phrases that have an absence of form when frozen. Thus, I encourage myself and all humanity to omit negative words and phrases from our vocabulary. We live on a planet covered with water. Just as in our human body, 70% is made up of water. Water is life. In the beginning of the Bible, the Holy Spirit and the water already existed. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was over the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. Genesis 1:2. The power of our beautiful words, thoughts, and prayers can be used to purify water. In a water study, one photograph was taken before an incantation of love and beauty, and another was taken after the prayer. The second photograph showed a fantastic difference. The water was remarkably clearer. Every word holds the energy of the Holy Spirit. The power of the prayer came from the spirit of the spoken word. Is it possible that this energy of the Holy Spirit purified the water in the lake? It was marvelous. The water became more and more transparent as they looked at it. The vibration of words are affecting objects, people, and water in an immediate way. The voice of the Lord is upon the waters. Psalm 29:2. He who believes in me, as the scripture said, from his innermost being will flow rivers of living water. John 7:38. We are made of mostly water. We are born in water. Water is necessary to sustain life. Many stories in the Bible depict miraculous happenings around water. In the beginning, God separated the land from the water. And God said, "Let the water under the sky be gathered to one place, and let dry ground appear." And it was so. God called the dry ground land, and the gathered waters he called seas. And God saw that it was good. Genesis 1:9 and 10. When Moses struck the rod on the rock, out came water. Numbers 20:11. God parted the Red Sea for the Israelites to cross. Exodus 14. We baptize with water. Jesus was baptized in the water of the Jordan River. Matthew 3:13. Jesus' first recorded miracle was turning water into wine. John 2:1-12. Peter walked on water. Matthew 14:29. In Noah's time, the great flood cleansed the earth with water. Genesis 6:9-9:17. Water is a theme throughout the Bible. Since Dr. Emoto has made us aware that water is imprintable with beautiful words, let us take the time to speak kind words over our water before we drink it. We can label our glasses, glass water bottles, as well as our pitchers with beautiful words. Then our water is blessed with our words, and the blessings are poured into our body throughout the day. In addition, we can label our water with everything we wish for. For example, I am in perfect health. My life is full of happiness. I am a genius. Money flows frequently and abundantly to me. I have the power to control and direct my own mind. I have God's wisdom. I make wise decisions. Beyond the imprinted effects, reading the affirmations and inspirations throughout the day anchors them into our mind. God spoke over His church body and blessed it. To make her holy, cleansing her by the washing with water through the Word. Ephesians 5:26. For an angel of the Lord went down at certain seasons into the pool and stirred up the water. Whoever then first after the stirring up of the water stepped in was made well from whatever disease with which he was afflicted. John 5:4. The angel's vibration over the water created a reaction influencing the molecular structure of the water. Humans are as imprintable as water. It does matter which words we use to talk to ourselves and other beings. Every word matters. Matter changes to match our words. Jesus changed matter and healed with His words. He sent out His word and healed them. Psalms 107:20. Then Jesus said to him, "Get up, pick up your mat and walk." At once the man was cured. He picked up his mat and walked. John 5:8-9. The centurion replied, "Lord, I do not deserve to have you come under my roof, but say the word, and my servant will be healed." Matthew 8:8. Then the father realized that this was the exact time at which Jesus had said to him, "Your son will live." So he and his whole household believed. John 4:53. The Word became flesh and made His dwelling among us. We have seen His glory, the glory of the one and only Son, who came from the Father, full of grace and truth. John 1:14. Let us rediscover the truth of the Word. The power of using positive words as a blessing. Every word is a creation. We can choose to create love, joy, gratitude, hope, compassion, mercy, praise, and much more positivity with our words. Or we can choose to create the lack thereof. So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire and achieve the purpose for which I sent it. Isaiah 55:11. Are our words supporting our purpose? Let us be conscious of which words we send out to achieve what we desire. One of my favorite neighbors volunteered to co-chair a local charity event. Besides being asked to raise money, solicit sponsorships, and create collateral for the event, she was also assigned the task of collecting donations for a grand winner-takes-all raffle drawing. Over a period of 8 months, she put her heart and soul into the project and personally collected more than $28,000 in gift certificates, services, and merchandise ranging from a year of haircuts at a local salon, a 6-hour appointment with a professional organizer, and a diamond necklace to a deluxe massage package and a complete car detailing for the drawing. 2 days before the event, I went over to see how things were coming along and noticed that the gift baskets, bags, and boxes previously contained to the guest room had surprisingly taken over her entire condominium. When I pointed this out, my friend said, "In 2 days it will all be gone and out of my house, and all I can say is it better not come back." I was cognizant of the power of her words, and sure enough, a few days later, I saw all the baskets, bags, and boxes piled up in the middle of her living room. As it turns out, her mother, who had attended the event as her guest, had purchased 9 raffle tickets and won the entire lot. In a state of shock, my friend and her mother loaded up their cars and brought everything back home to be sorted out and inventoried, divvied up, and donated all over again to 5 very appreciative local charities. This truly was the gift that kept on giving. What she really meant to say was, "I am ready once again to enjoy my clean house," or "I am excited to have my house and space to myself again." Let us speak clearly of what we invite in our lives. The universe chooses to focus and react to words with creation ability to provide what we are asking for. It sorts, processes, and eliminates other words. Our word choice might confuse the meaning of what we are trying to accomplish and may cause a reaction taking us in a complete opposite direction from our goal. Not what goes into the mouth defiles a man, but what comes out of the mouth, this defiles a man. Matthew 15:11. When my 91-year-old friend and yoga instructor was ready to live in a nursing home, he went through all his important documents. He chose me to be executor of his will. I talked with him about his long-term insurance policy and asked him to tell me the story when he bought it. His words were, "The salesperson told me that I will most likely never use it, but it is good to have anyway." He bought the policy and paid the annual premiums for 35 years, which amounted to roughly $350,000. The policy stated that in the case that the policyholder moves to a nursing home, the first 60 days' rent will be paid by the policyholder before the insurance begins coverage. My friend passed on after 59 days in the nursing home. For the mouth speaks what the heart is full of. Luke 6:45. Are our words defining us? Are we conscious and aware of our own words? Do we understand the power of our own words? Are we encouraging ourselves and others with every word we speak? Words come from organized thoughts, so it is important to write down our words for organization. A study by Dr. Matthias Mehl and his team at the University of Arizona found that women and men speak an average of 16,000 words per day. The Laboratory of Neuroimaging estimates an average person has roughly 70,000 thoughts per day. Monitoring thoughts takes time, right-mindedness, extreme concentration, and awareness. Editing words is more doable. Since our words come from our thoughts, if we simply listen to our own words, we can tell how positive our thoughts are in every moment. Positive thoughts become positive words. If our use of positive words requires further development, this may show that our thoughts yearn for conscious enhancement. In the beginning was the Word. We can start by rediscovering all the good words and train our minds to use expanded positive vocabulary. Let us always speak kind words of abundance. To some of us, it might feel like learning a new language. This new language is called conscious creation. From today forward, please actively use the following list of beautiful words to enhance your current vocabulary. This is a shortened list of words I've collected. I hope they inspire you to write your own list or add to mine. Appreciation, aware, awesome, bless, bliss, brilliant, celebrate, choice, declare, delight, easy, enjoyment, enthusiasm, everlasting, excellent, exciting, faith, fantastic, fascinating, flowing, focused, forevermore, generous, grand, gratitude, great, hopeful, ideal, imagine, inspiration, intelligent, interesting, laugh, life-giving, light, love, magical, marvelous, masterful, mercy, nature, new, now, nurturing, one, optimistic, passionate, peace, perfect, positive, prosperous, pure, quiet, radiance, rejoice, rejuvenate, rich, satisfied, self-love, simple, splendid, transform, trust, truth, unique, valuable, vibrant, victorious, wealthy, welcome, well-being, wonderful, words, worthy. Please email receivejoy at ask@receivejoy.com for a free extensive list of beautiful words, as in the printed copy of Ask and You Shall Receive. page 91 to 101. Receivejoy created a recording of these beautiful words to play in the car or whenever you use background music to increase or activate vocabulary of positive words and to bless us and our environment. Please refer to www.receivejoy.com for more information. Jesus says in Revelation, "Coming out of his mouth is a sharp sword, with which to strike down the nations. He will rule them with an iron scepter." Revelation 19:15. That tells us that when he comes back, he will bring only one thing, his tongue, to clean up the world with his word. In the Holy Bible, Paul reminds us, "Let our conversations be gracious and attractive, so that we will have the right response for everyone." Colossians 4:6. Let us always be consciously aware of our words. Let us train to clean up our words. Let us edit ourselves constantly. Life is a masterpiece of continual creation. As we write through our lives, let us be eager to make improvements by checking the words we choose to ask and create with. Are all the words we use uplifting and full of light? Remember, what radiates out of us comes back to us. Let us always be clear about why we desire to have, do, and achieve everything. For example, before we go into a meeting or call anyone, let us be sure to write down the exact desired outcome to be achieved in this moment. An example, I am calling, texting, emailing, having lunch with blank, with the desire to blank, because I blank, and state the reason why. Add details and define why we desire for something to transpire. Knowing why we desire something creates emotional connection to the outcome and increases the power of attraction. Feel wonderful about asking for it, declaring it will occur, and calling it in. Be happy and excited to receive the new creation. Whenever we wish to create anything, let us write it down, read it, revisit it, and edit ourselves 3 times. Make sure that everything is stated in the positive. Our words are uplifting. Our focus is clear and determined. Everything is written in the present tense as if it is happening or has already happened and is here now. Articulate why you desire to have it. Remember, the universe needs and wants for nothing. God's universe already has and contains everything. If you are going to get something or want something, the quantum field allows you to keep going and wanting and trying to get. Let us move on from the wanting state and declare that all is already here. When Moses said to God in Exodus 3:13, "Suppose I go to the Israelites and say to them, 'The God of your fathers has sent me to you,' and they ask me, 'What is his name?' Then what shall I tell them?" Exodus 3:13. God answered in Exodus 3:14, "I am that I am." Exodus 3:14. Human vocabulary is too confined to describe God. Thus his title remains wide open with all possibilities. When he said, "I am that I am," he is a true quantum being. He is the great I am of all. In Hebrew, I am can be translated as he who is, was, and will always be. God spoke, "I am that I am." Let us stay in flow with his creation power and choose to start our list of desires the same way. Let us also add the positive spirit of gratitude to be present in us throughout the day. Let us write our lists of what we truly request using the words, "I am grateful that I am," or "that I have." Please pause the recording, take your pen and your journal, and write a list of 100 desires or more now. Here are a few examples. I am grateful that I am in perfect health. I am grateful that I am fulfilled and have a fantastic relationship with my loving spouse. I am grateful that I am the owner of a new white truck with a powerful engine and large wheels that easily pull my jet skis to the ocean. The more details we write down, the more our mind focuses completely on our order. Also, it becomes more clear to us and the universe. Whenever we place our order for this very moment, we can add "and more" to leave it open to the universe to happily surprise us with additional blessings. When my friend was backing down the driveway, her son told her, "Mom, you're a bad driver." She replied, "Have I ever involved us in an accident?" While saying this, she backed into a tree. Let us practice restating our order by redeclaring what we prefer immediately. "What I really mean is," or "I prefer." Let us practice our positive words and use them always with all the people around us. A few years ago, my children gave me a plaque for Christmas with a common saying on it: "Don't worry about tomorrow. God is already there." The first thing I did was place a new phrase over the first two words, "Be inspired." It sat on my desk for over a month before I realized two more necessary corrections. We live in a series of present moments, and we ask our God to be here with us today. With this change, the plaque now declares, "Be inspired about today. God is already here." If our words have the power to bless or the opposite, let us decide to make every word count. This entails bringing the common phrases we use all the time to our awareness, allowing us to change every word to a blessing. Let us convert them into positive creations. Let us be conscious of what we are calling in with our exact words in every moment. For example, when we say that we will unleash our power, it suggests to the universe that it has to create a leash in order to fulfill our thought or command to be unleashed. Similarly, unstoppable suggests one may currently be stopped, and if by chance we are flowing, the universe now has an order to stop us in order to free us from the stop. This theory reveals that we spend a lot of time creating things to uncreate. It lacks efficiency, uses double the effort, and creates a confusing order. This is like running away from the finish line when our original intention is to run toward it. To be a warrior for peace, the universe will help to find a battle. The sky is the limit. Is the sky limited? Having unlimited power suggests a limit as well. Two phrases used too often are "don't worry" and "no worries." Why do we desire to create worry in order not to? When God created in the first page of the Bible, He said, "All is good." How brilliant! We humans tend to say, "not bad," when what we really mean is the opposite. God uses proper words to say what He means. Let us follow in His image. We use these sayings even though they lack efficiency. The results we call in may be the opposite of what we desire to call in. Receive Joy prepared a list containing words and phrases that show advanced awareness and suggestions on how to replace these words and phrases with more creative choices. For example, instead of effortless, say easy. Use good for not bad. For pain-free, painless, no pain, rather say feel great or in perfect health. For stress-free, less stress, rather say easy, calm, or relaxed. Instead of unbelievable and you won't believe this, say it is believable and you can believe this. Do you wish to have unconditional love? Have perfect love instead. A more creative choice for unleash is free-flowing or allow. Unlimited power can be perfect power. Instead of want, use creative words like choose, prefer, desire, seek. You can't miss it. Said in positive words is, you will definitely see it. Why don't we can be said more encouraging by let us. For a more extensive list, please email Receive Joy at ask@receivejoy.com. or refer to the printed version of Ask and You Shall Receive. Receive Joy also created a book called Blessed by the Tongue, which contains many pages of words and phrases we shall be more aware of. Carefully listen to the words we use and the words everyone around us uses. Start practicing alternative positive words, and they will become a new wonderful habit. Let no corrupting talk come out of your mouths, but only such as is good for building up, as fits the occasion, that it may give grace to those who hear. Ephesians 4:29. I tell you, on the day of judgment, people will give account for every careless word they speak. Matthew 12:36. This is why Mother Teresa said, "If you invite me to an anti-war rally, I will pass. If you invite me to a peace gathering, I will be there." If anyone hands us words that lack blessing, respond with blessed, uplifting words. For example, "Yes, may God continue to bless you and me," or "Have a nice day." Gracious words are like a honeycomb, sweetness to the soul and health to the body. Proverbs 16:24. Let us also be conscious of only sharing our happy stories. Please refrain from telling the other stories. Every time a story is retold, we are recreating it all over again and drawing it into the present, thus adding fuel to negativity. We are assisting in attracting more of it. In other words, the negative fire is kindled. Once an elderly gentleman came to my house and told me about his car accident from years ago. He offered to show me pictures of him injured. I invited him to show me pictures of all the good things in his life and explained to him that this will bring both of us greater joy. Let us share our happy stories as well as our dreams and desires. We will still have plenty to talk about. Our words create everything. Every word counts. When I was growing up, my parents often said to me, "Don't put every word on the golden scale." Whenever I questioned those silly words, my inner being knew that every word counts. Now I understand what they really meant by using this saying. I learned to remain neutral to silly phrases, although now I comprehend that the whole universe literally weighs every word. I am thankful that they gave me a questioning awareness of the power of the word. When we joke with our words, awareness is also necessary, as our words are always in creation mode. The author of this book chooses to speak only beautiful truth or use duct tape. Do you see a man who is hasty in his words? There is more hope for a fool than for he. Proverbs 29:20. The soothing tongue is a tree of life, but a perverse tongue crushes the spirit. Proverbs 15:4. The power of emotion. The universe is supernaturally created and designed to deliver our creations. This delivery system is a magnificent allowing and flowing force. It is free of emotion. It just exists. It is the same yesterday, today, tomorrow, and forever. It just is. God created, and we create our lives. We are the co-authors and co-creators of our lives. We are co-creators. God himself has emotions, and because we are of God, we have his emotional power. Emotions are available to enhance our creations. Although we always have the choice to remain neutral, emotions help us to increase the speed of our creation and keep the focus on our intention behind our desires. Emotions influence our thoughts. Our creative words can further be propelled by emotions. Emotions are the driving force behind the word. According to the map of consciousness created by David R. Hawkins, MD, different emotions carry different frequencies. Positive emotions oscillate at higher frequencies. Enlightenment vibrates at over 700 Hz. Peace resonates around 600 Hz. Joy, 540 Hz. Love, 528 Hz. Acceptance, 350 Hz. And neutrality, 250 Hz, whereas anger holds a lower vibration of around 150 Hz, fear, 100 Hz, grief, 75 Hz, guilt, 30 Hz, shame, 20 Hz. Thus, when we vibrate with peace, love, and joy, we are a stronger magnetic force. Every time we choose a positive emotion, we instantly match the vibrational field of the universe. We can consciously feel good by design and choose to feel good all the time. When we stand up tall, confident, and have a smile, we can match the physical expression of our body to our beautiful desires. If we desire greatness, let us feel greatness and exude greatness. Feel it, live it, walk it, love it. Again, we choose to remain neutral, as there is a peaceful power in neutrality. It is the state of calm well-being. It is our rest and reset vibration. We feel all is well when we are neutral. Our body communicates with us through feelings. Our feelings are lived out through our emotions. Emotions are our feelings made manifest. Feelings stimulate our emotional state. Thus, our gut feeling is our gauge that allows us to be aware whether we seek to move toward something or away from it. Our gut feelings are a gift. They allow us sensitivity to what we are experiencing. We can use two simple phrases to describe our major gut feelings. Either something feels good and we welcome more of it and move toward it, or we feel the opposite, when change is required, so we move away from it. Another way to put it is, this is my blessing, or this is someone else's blessing. On the way to the Florida Keys, a businessman took his wife, 3 teenage daughters, niece, and nephew deep-sea fishing. Like a seasoned fisherman, he found it a great blessing to be out at sea and feel the boat rolling in the waves. Instead of sitting in his office all day, he enjoyed being out fishing. What he wished to be a perfect family outing turned out to be a lesser blessing for half of his family. A smell of dead fish, the motion sickness overcame the girls. While for some people fishing is what they dream of doing for pleasure, others may prefer to enjoy fish underwater while scuba diving. When we are comparing people, places, and things, it is often best to say what we prefer and leave it at that. Refrain from commenting on the opposite of our preference. Let us bless whatever we like and allow in whatever feels right. Let us feel free to exercise our right to let anything pass that we prefer less of. Grant it to another, as it may be their blessing. We all have very unique desires. The power of our inner guidance system. Let us choose to make this our life of joy. I can have, be, and attract everything I choose. When we have faith and choose to live in joy, our clear, specific perspective appears. The true splendor of the power from whom we came is revealed. This universe is full of total possibilities. Man is often looking outside himself for the truth, when in fact the perfect guidance system is within. First, let us learn to listen to our inner self. Accessing the real truth can only come from within. Our gut feelings are our inner guidance system. This gut feeling expresses itself in one of two ways. It makes us feel good and compels us to move toward it, or the opposite, when we choose to move away from it. Let us choose to feel good right now. Let us choose to feel better and better all the time. When I was a student in Germany, my university had 3 partner universities abroad with 9 scholarship positions. My dream was always to study abroad, and 3 spots were open at Michigan State University, 1 spot at Judson University in Illinois, and 5 spots in India. I was doing well academically, yet others were doing better. Overhearing lots of conversations in the hallways, I realized almost everyone was eager to apply for the study abroad program. I thought going to India held the highest possibility, and so I was preparing myself mentally to go to India when I filled out my application. One evening before the application due date, I had a gut feeling directing me to be completely honest with myself. I said to myself that I deserved to follow my heart and do what feels right and best for me. I sat down and changed my whole application and applied to go to a university in the United States of America instead. I felt very confident about my application. The next few days were very exciting. I expected to receive a call to be interviewed for my spot at any time. I knew from previous years that my university usually asked the students why they consider themselves to be good candidates to be selected. However, my phone was quiet. Later, when I saw everyone standing in front of the bulletin board, I was pretty sure I had missed my chance. A great number of students were in the hallway blocking my view to the bulletin board when one of my classmates turned around and said, "Congratulations, they picked you." I was the only student chosen to attend Judson, a Christian university. Growing up in East Germany, I prayed for myself and perhaps attended church 3 times with my grandmother. Although I lived without a Bible, I had the inner knowledge that God exists. I always knew that He loves me and He desires to give me whatever I desire. He sent me to fill the only spot at Christian University. Further, He gave me the opportunity to do an internship in Florida before starting university in Illinois. Because of this, I now had my own Bible and all the English vocabulary I required to study in the United States. During my internship, I spent my first paycheck on scuba diving lessons because I always dreamt of seeing sharks underwater. Best of all, the seed of truth was planted. This all came true once I followed my gut feeling and started to be absolutely honest with myself as to what I really desire. Let us decide to fill out the applications that gain complete fulfillment for us and pass by the applications that hold only safe possibility. Again, the universe will deliver what we ask for. Ask for your highest aspiration. The power of starting new. We are currently here now. We came to this very moment through all the experiences and decisions we have made in our creation and called in up to this point. Welcome it all in with acceptance. Everything is perfect as it is right now. Let us experience the perfection of the moment, even if the perfection is presently hiding from our view. Focus on the beauty of the situation. Whatever yesterday felt like, let it go and move ahead with confidence. Start each day fresh. We are new every day. Enrich and embrace every moment with our positive thoughts, beautiful words, and renewed presence. Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come. The old has gone. The new is here. 2 Corinthians 5:17. A few years back, my friend felt she was at odds with her neighbor. There was a point at which her neighbor informed her, "Be careful, your cat might disappear." She responded by putting up a big fence around her backyard. Years later, she wrote down in her journal, "I view my world friendly, and everyone loves me as much as I love myself." She started to radiate love and acceptance toward all. Soon after, her neighbor changed. From then on, he helped her. After laying pavers in her driveway, he even laid a sidewalk along her house leading to the backyard for free. We control everything with our mind. Forgiveness is a conscious, deliberate decision process, releasing feelings. It is our choice to vibrate with forgiveness. Love is freely and continually forgiving. God shows total forgiveness. Let us strive to be forever giving. Let us forgive ourselves. Let us free ourselves of all extra baggage. Let us give ourselves permission to be. Bear with each other and forgive one another if any of you have a grievance against someone. Forgive as the Lord forgave you. Colossians 3:13. Let us constantly choose to let the past be just that, and let each new moment be our now, a new experience full of possibilities. Every day is new. We are new every moment. We start every day in total forgiveness and with a clean white tablecloth. Neither do people pour new wine into old wineskins. If they do, the skins will burst. The wine will run out and the wineskins will be ruined. No, they pour new wine into new wineskins, and both are preserved. Matthew 9:17. We are new wineskins when we allow God's light to flow through us. For this to be possible, we first shall allow all humanity to be exactly who they are. Each of us is a happy and whole being, filled with God's love and light. We choose to see the perfection in ourselves and everyone else just as we are in this very moment. Let us bring our focus inside ourselves at all times, because all the answers are already within. Let us be a new wineskin so that God can fill us and we can shine His light. This can happen when we are happily conscious of our thoughts, words, and deeds. Let our minds be open, calm, and relaxed. He desires us to be ready and willing to accept new wine that He offers. Our new wineskin is our new and fresh awareness. Let us shed yesterday's beliefs. This is an important concept and is repeated 3 times throughout the Bible. And no one pours new wine into old wineskins. Otherwise the wine will burst the skins, and both the wine and the wineskins will be ruined. No, they pour new wine into new wineskins. Mark 2:22. And no one pours new wine into old wineskins. Otherwise the new wine will burst the skins, the wine will run out, and the wineskins will be ruined. Luke 5:37. The power of combination. Ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and the door will be opened to you. For everyone who asks receives. The one who seeks finds, and the one who knocks, the door will be opened. Matthew 7:7 and 8. Let us combine thinking, the thought, speaking the word, and writing it down. When combined, we can knock 3 times on the door of God's universe, showing how serious we are, and success is guaranteed. As an example of showing what is possible when applying the combination of knocking 3 times on the door of God's universe, here is a beautiful story from my teenage niece who created her college life exactly as she desired it and more. As I required help paying for college, the question was, what was I able to do about it? Going away to college and earning a 4-year degree was important to me, so I did the first 2 things I thought of: pray and focus. I kept my grades up and visited my college advisors several times a week, collecting information about colleges and other organizations and the scholarships they offered. I required a full-ride scholarship to make my dream of attending university a reality. Through research and information, I found out the number of full-ride scholarships was becoming more rare. It was a tall order to have college completely paid for through scholarships and grants. The summer before my senior year, I sat down with my family and we prayed and declared that I receive a full-ride scholarship and more to the college that was right for me. Senior year began. I kept faith that God had a plan and applied for many colleges and scholarships. The advisor told me about 2 scholarships in particular. One was from a private organization offering $8,000 a year. The other was an invitation-only scholarship for housing or tuition at California State University, Long Beach. Thus, I decided to apply there. I was chosen as the single nominee from my school to be considered for a private scholarship. I received both scholarships. The combination of the 2 scholarships and other grants had been more than enough to pay for all 4 years with extra money left for textbooks and school supplies. God's plan is certainly always perfect. This experience confirmed that God has a plan, and His universe will order things for our benefit and His glory. Numerous things lined up that were even beyond my asking. Many people have congratulated me for earning these scholarships. However, I know the credit goes to God and the miracles that He performs in our lives daily. God's powerful universe is full of such an abundance of resources that it is beyond our mind's comprehension. Let us keep asking. The power of the morphic field. The quantum world is all the particles around us, whereas the morphic field consists of the developed pathways energy travels along. It is the energy field created and used by our vibrations. The immediate energy grid surrounding us is called our morphic field. The morphic field is everywhere. It is influenced by our words and our thoughts. Let us imagine our morphic field as a vast field of tall grass. The energy vibrating in the grass is love. When we travel the same path back and forth, soon the grass is marked with our footprints. A clear path evolves from continuous travel. This clear path now is an imprinted route, which is easier and faster to traverse through than the rest of the grass field. In our brain, these routes are called neural pathways. Our receptive thoughts and words cut these paths in our morphic field. They shape our lives. Here is another way to visualize the morphic field. We each have our own individual grid, our own unique spider web that we have woven with our repetitive habits, beliefs, and thoughts. Let us consciously make sure that our paths are straight, accurate, blessed, and lead us to where we really desire to be. It is most efficient to form straight, direct, and conscious routes. When we commit to walking only along our new conscious selected paths, we will head directly toward our goals and our God. In all your ways acknowledge Him, and He will make straight your paths. Proverbs 3:6. Watch the path of your feet, and all your ways will be established. Proverbs 4:26. With positive thoughts and words, as well as clearly focused and stated desires, light and easy pathways are formed. We consciously imprint new paths with training and repetition, and soon the new paths are familiar and more comfortable to travel than the old ones. We actively retrain our subconscious. We are positively reshaping our thinking. the grass on the old paths will start to regrow and fill them in. Now our subconscious can use the new paths. Even when we are sleeping, it easily finds its way. Life is light and easy when we travel our rejoicing paths that lead to happiness and truth. This is when life feels good and flows abundantly, and our world is friendly. Albert Einstein reminded us that doing the same thing over and over brings the same results. We have the choice to imprint our morphic field with our desired good. Let's do it. The 9 steps to receive. All my life I understood and felt easily connected to the quantum world. It excited me. I played with it, and I called it in as my friend. I believed in it. I prayed to God who governs it. I depended on it. I leaned on it. I flowed with it. Everything appeared light and easy and exactly as I desired it all the time. I always knew there is a surrounding force in this world, and it matches my own frequencies. We vibrate harmoniously. I have witnessed many miracles since I started to actively and consciously live fully aware in this friendly world of quantum physics, light and vibrational frequencies. I know it is my gift to make it light and easy for people to understand, connect with, and make use of this force, the quantum world. My life's work is to help people vibrate at a higher frequency, allowing their unique personal vibrations to return to their intrinsic state and harmoniously resonate with health. Each vibration becomes a more powerful life force. I use harmonic waves to encourage balance between our personal vibrations and the universal frequencies. Changing our minds and beliefs along with optimizing our words will correct the vibrations we emit to the universe. The universe has a perfect language, and when we speak this language, we have beautiful communication power. My wish is to share my insights about the quantum world with all humanity. I wish for everyone to understand the power of the universe. In this section, I present my simple-to-follow 9-step recipe, allowing everyone to easily create their desired outcomes. Our mission is to rediscover who we are and to regain control of our own experiences. Each of us can investigate our inner self and choose to bring glory to our life. When our consciousness is pure, then God's perfect consciousness can and will enter and light our lives. As I said earlier, God reminds us to be a new wineskin repeatedly in the Holy Bible. After hearing this wonderful recording, we encourage you to purchase Ask and You Shall Receive by receivejoy, or purchase the audiobook in full version. Here are the 9 steps to follow in order to consciously create. 1. Connect. Plug into God's almighty gift, the power of the universe, and discover your life's purpose. 2. Declare. Be clear about what you truly seek and ask for it. Have faith, focus, and be courageous. 3. Dominate. Receive your inheritance and put on your crown. Believe. 4. Be calm. Align your head with your heart. Have peace. 5. Take action. Focus on your breath and let the how be up to God. Let Him wow us with the how. 6. Lead with love. Let us love ourselves first. Have grace. 7. Bless everyone and everything with love and gratitude. Have mercy. 8. Expect the miracle in every moment. Know the truth. Be conscious of what you create and allow yourself to receive your desires. 9. Have fun and celebrate. Enjoy your creation and rejoice. Trust God. Over the past 40 years, I've had plenty of occasions to play around and have fun with my creating. I once challenged myself to recreate an exact experience I had before. It was December, and my girlfriend had invited me to attend her office Christmas party. The party was held on a casino ship where we were invited to eat dinner and gamble. Her company gave each employee and guest $50 to gamble with. My friend and I have little interest in gambling, and over dinner we discussed if gambling or keeping the money was more appealing to us. A memory came to me from a time years ago when I was in Las Vegas, and at the last minute before leaving the casino, I put $3 coins into the slot machine and won the jackpot. I had the fun thought to recreate this experience. I waited to hear the final call for gambling because the ship was docking shortly. I put my quarter in a slot machine and won the jackpot just as I had 25 years early in Las Vegas. In both of the experiences, I just pulled the lever once and won the jackpot. I modeled my behavior from the first success I had. Matched the thought processes. Duplicated the physiology I used just prior to winning the jackpot years before. Stood the way I stood. Breathed the same way. Centered myself. Spoke the same words. Felt the same feeling. Chose to have absolute faith in my desired outcome. Step 1. Connect. If we have a wonderful electrical device, let us plug it in and connect it to an active power source. Only then is it useful. We plug in the cord and connect. What if we are wonderful devices ourselves and we can connect to and harness all power? In order to make the most of our device, our earthly life, let us connect to the gift. Connect to His righteousness. The strongest power source in this world is the power of the universe. God is the power. He is the power of the universe. He is the gift. He designed this universe as a perfect delivery system already stocked with total abundance of love, happiness, health, and wealth. Our first choice and opportunity is to plug in and connect to Him. Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven and His righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Matthew 6:33. God promises us that after we are plugged in, we receive two gifts. First, we receive His righteousness. This means we receive His truth, and the truth shall set us free. His truth is perfection, perfection of health, wealth, relationships, and wisdom. It sets us free to live peacefully, lovingly, kindly, and joyfully, as well as boldly and courageously. The second gift we receive is all these things shall be added to you. What are these things? What things? In the Holy Bible, God has left space in creation for each of us to write our own story, our own list of things. Are we clear on our goals and desires for our life? Picture the grand doors to your perfect life swinging open. What do they reveal? What are your life's dreams and desires? This book will help to encourage you to create and define a direction and plan for your life. Pause this recording for a moment and take time to visualize what your grand doors may reveal. Receivejoy plays with this exercise in more depth in the book Connect to the Light, and a guided audio version is available on the Connect to the Light meditation recording. Along the path of studying, working, marriage, raising children, and tending to loved ones, we might forget what lies behind our doors. With constant meditation and focus, we are able to visualize our own heart's desires more clearly. We all know that what we focus on, we will receive more of. Thus, focus well. To begin, we can answer several questions for ourselves. Am I focused? Do I have a life's mission? Do I have a current personal mission statement? Have I defined my life's purpose? Pick up your pen and answer these questions. How do we even find our life's purpose? Everyone has a definite purpose in their life. It is important to take the time to acknowledge and then embrace our personal purpose. Let us explore and articulate our definite life's purpose. To find our life's purpose, we start by being aware of what we enjoy. This will enable us to define ourselves. Start with an awareness of what you enjoy. The following questions will help guide you to rediscover yourself. Take a piece of paper or your journal and write down your answers to the following questions. Are you an indoor person or an outdoor person? Do you enjoy living in the city or outside of the city? Do you prefer the ocean or the mountains? Do you prefer a beach house or a cabin in the woods? Do you like warm weather or cold weather? Sunshine, rain, snow, the tropics or the desert? What is your favorite season? If you can live anywhere in the world, where will it be? If you have a second home, where will it be? Do you prefer animals or people? Do you prefer to be with other people or to be alone? Do you enjoy working with youth or the elderly? What talents do you have? What are your hobbies? What sports do you enjoy? Do you prefer music or dancing? Do you like listening to music or playing music yourself? Do you enjoy taking pictures or making home videos? Do you prefer reading or watching movies? Do you enjoy learning or teaching? Are you a seminar enthusiast? Do you enjoy making or eating food? Cooking or baking? Do you enjoy spa treatments? Are you the giver or receiver of the spa treatments? Do you prefer to give time or money to charitable causes? What types of charities are you attracted to? What are you good at? What truly makes you happy? What do you do for fun? What do you do for hours and it seems like only minutes? What causes you to jump out of bed energetically, enthusiastically in the morning? This is your passion. Start collecting data on yourself. Start collecting data on your personal happiness. Pause the recording now and write your own fun list. This list contains things that make your heart sing. Next, create a second list of who I am, and then a third list of my ideal self. This list contains every attribute of who you desire to be. Continually add to your lists. Pause the recording now and fill in your lists. Now, circle the top 5 most important words on your lists. Formulate your mission statement using these 5 words. The following easy format will help you. Start with, my divine mission is to blank. For myself and others. For example, my divine mission is to give and receive joy and experience health for myself and others through rediscovering the truth. A second example, my divine mission is to share happiness with the universe. If we are ordering a pizza, we tell the person taking our order our exact desires. Do we like cheese crust? Do we prefer extra toppings? Are we a meat lover? Do we prefer only vegetables? Often in our life's pizza parlor, we just walk in, sit down, and talk to our friends. And because they have already ordered a pizza, we accept their order. When that pizza is served, we end up eating someone else's pizza, even if we honestly prefer a different pizza for ourselves. Let us always order our own pizza with all the delicious toppings we desire. When a friend of mine from the Miracle Group was pondering what to do next with her life, she prayed for guidance and asked God, "What shall I do? Show me in a way that I will understand." Shortly after, she was with a friend who was experiencing strong sensations in his back, and she offered to massage him. After the massage was done, the friend asked her if she gave massages professionally. He told her, "You give an amazing massage. Please become a massage therapist." This sparked a new idea. My friend liked the idea and went online to search for schools and tuition fees. She emailed many schools. One school called her the same day and invited her for an interview. The representatives of the school explained the program, and my friend told them her vision. She was accepted immediately. She inquired about the cost, which was $22,000. She thanked the gentleman very much and said that she required time to consider this type of investment. He said the school had a financial aid department and suggested she stop there to inquire if it was possible for her to obtain a loan. She applied, was accepted, received a loan that very day, and the classes started the following week. She was also enrolled in the best class they offered. The more time she spent at school, the more she liked it. She often thought to herself, "This is my thing. It feels so good." Now she is a licensed massage therapist. Let us open our minds and hearts in prayer and allow God to speak to us and ask Him to assist us with our life's purpose. When my kids were very young, we moved into a new house. They were jumping on our new king-size bed. They were yelling with joy, "We are so glad we are millionaires. It's so much fun to be a millionaire." The patio door was wide open. As I entered the room, I heard their loud, energetic voices declaring their desires. I thought for a very brief moment, what will the neighbors think? 1 second later, I corrected my thought. Let them chant and create whatever they desire in their ingenious lives. I wondered, at that age of 1, 3, and 4, if they even knew what a millionaire is. 15 years later, it is a reality. They are millionaires. God wishes us to joyously declare whatever is our heart's desire. Sing it, dance it, jump on a bed. Let us check that we remain connected to God throughout the day through prayer. Be encouraged to further develop a personal relationship with God. Once we invite Him in our heart, ask Him to stay here all day long. Let us keep our channel of communication open to Him. Once we are connected and the channel is open, we are plugged in and will continue to prosper. Now we are set up to ask and receive. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. Step 2. Declare. A navigation system using the Global Position System, GPS, is very beneficial. It guides us and keeps us on track. The device is a receiver for unique signals emitted from 24 satellites orbiting the Earth. When we enter an exact address in the navigation system, the GPS signal first helps us to determine our location and then finds ways to our destination. It provides the how to arrive there. To reach a definite location, we enter in every detail of the address, starting with the country, then adding the state, city, and street, including the street number. If anything is left out, we might end up in a different place. The same holds true for our creations. We shall ask in detailed declaration. The more detail we add in, the faster and more accurately we reach our targeted outcome. God is our navigation system for life. We supply the address, detailed goals. He supplies the guidance and the path to achieve our destination, our goals. Once we are plugged in and have declared an exact address in our navigation system, whichever way we turn in life, we will end up at our desired destination. If we miss a turn anywhere along the way, it will lead us right back to the right path toward our destination. We can make as many stops as we wish along our life's journey. Eventually, we will arrive at our destination. Let us ask by declaring our desires. Remember, every word counts. Everything happens when we ask. The universe gently flows and waits for us to organize our thoughts and ask. Then it goes into action and shakes out whatever we order. It pulls from all its resources of all existence, past, present, and future. It combines and processes our order. Total focused intention, coupled with strong positive will, leads to fast delivery. The clearer and more detailed we are with our orders, the more we will recognize them and truly know that they are ours when they appear. In our miracle group, one member had us second the asking for her to regain contact with an old friend who moved away. She desired her friend's forwarding information. A week later, she received a Christmas card from this friend, and that had her new mailing information on the envelope. Now they are back in contact. When we ask with a clear intention, we receive a fast answer. The question then becomes, what do we honestly desire? We are the authors of our life. Anything worth doing is worth writing about first. Thomas Edison filled over 1,000 notebooks with his thoughts, words, and diagrams. We still have notebooks from Leonardo da Vinci. All his genius is recorded on paper, pages upon pages. It is often said that success leaves clues. People who we recognize as successful all wrote their ideas down. We certainly are thankful the Bible was written down. Of all the glory God left us, the most important thing He left us in physical form is the Bible, and when we open it up, it is full of words. Knock 3 times, think the thought, speak the word, and write it down. It is proven that the most successful people write everything down, thus calling it into existence. A study conducted by psychology professor Dr. Gail Matthews at Dominican University in San Rafael, California, and presented in 2015, reported that those participants who wrote down their goals accomplished significantly more than those who refrained from putting them in writing. Let us take paper with us everywhere we go or carry our journal. If all we have is ourselves, we can use our finger as a pen and the air as our paper. Let us always write it down. A friend of mine shared his story of manifesting his dream. When he first moved to England, he took a 2-week vacation and toured 5 countries. After arriving in Lucerne, Switzerland, he saw the picturesque mountains overlooking a peaceful lake, and he declared, "One day I will live here." Upon returning to England, he met his lovely wife, who was born and raised in Lucerne, Switzerland. Now, after living 50 years in England, they are retired and living happily in Lucerne. My condo was on the market for 4 months. I knew exactly why it was still for sale. I was mentally attached to the condo. In a thoughtful moment, I made up my mind to finally release it. I asked myself what my conditions to release it were. First, the buyers will love it as much as I do. Second, they will pay the asking price in cash. And third, they will move in immediately, making certain that I will honor the sale. I declared my 3 desired parameters in writing, sank down on my knees, and prayed over them as I went to bed at 11:30 p.m. The next morning at 8:30, my real estate agent called saying my condo had an offer on it. For my asking price, the buyers were willing to pay cash, and they desired to move in 3 days. They still live there today and love the condo as much as I did. A few years after my condo sold, neighbors from my new neighborhood were visiting me, and they told me their house had been on the market for months, and they really desired it to sell. I shared the story of my condo selling overnight. They immediately went home, wrote down the house is already sold. They visualized it sold and imagined how excited they were in their new home. Their house sold the same week, and they joyfully came over to tell me that the 9-step method really works. Act in total faith and become courageous. God served my sister a lesson of faith as she was walking Daytona Beach. A woman walking toward her called out to watch for whales far out on the horizon. That sounded wonderful to her. She dearly loves seeing wildlife on beach walks. She diligently scanned the horizon. Where were the whales? She proceeded on her walk, enjoying the fresh air, sand, and surf. She playfully declared to God and His powerful universe her deep desire to see a whale. However, she said to Him, "With my eyesight, God, please help me by bringing the whale a whole lot closer than the horizon for me to see." She continued to walk and slowly became aware of what she thought was a dolphin paralleling her walk, traveling only slightly faster than she, giving her ample opportunity to observe and appreciate it. It appeared to be a very large black dolphin, unique to any she had seen before. It cruised straight through the waves with its head, fin, and back continually exposed, significantly different than the typical way dolphins swim. She reveled in this sighting, enjoying and studying it as a new experience. She walked with the mammal. The sand, beach, and other walkers around her were completely forgotten. My sister left the beach that morning praising the Lord for all the fantastic wildlife He had shared with her, including the dolphin that swam close along the shore. God most likely was shaking his head, chuckling to himself and asking, "How much more obvious can I make this for her?" 2 days later, upon her return to town, she read in one of the local newspapers an article mentioning the rare presence along the coast of a large number of small black whales. The article included a photo. There in the photo was the entire pod of her very black, very large dolphins. God's universe is indeed precious and powerful. Can we have total faith to accept the desired whale, or do we settle for the dolphin? Can we go for the gold all the time? There is so much faith. Faith is everywhere. It is free. We can lean on God and others if our faith requires recharging. Right-minded, positive people reignite our faith. My sister's whale story inspired a friend from my miracle group to be more courageous. After hearing this story, my girlfriend declared to all her friends in her miracle group, "I will sell my house for more than the asking price." She also declared it to her agent, who told her that she had priced her house as the most expensive house in the neighborhood and pleaded with her to reconsider the price. The house was decorated in a European style with much love for detail. My friend really desired to sell her house and make extra money for a Qigong retreat she wished to attend. The final payment was due within a week. She replied, "This is my house, and I will ask whatever price I desire. In fact, I will sell it for more than the asking price." 2 interested parties came to see the house and fell in love with it. One gave an offer right away. As the second party was ready to hand in their offer, my friend told them, "I already have an offer. Make me your best offer." The offer the second party made was $8,000 more than the original asking price. This extra money was more than enough to pay for the Qigong retreat. Her story may be a boost for everyone reading it to have greater faith and courage. Therefore, since we have been justified through faith, we have peace with God through our Lord Jesus Christ, through whom we have gained access by faith into this grace in which we now stand, and we boast in the hope of the glory of God. Romans 5:2. Step 3. Dominate. We are created and born to win, more than just the first and second quarter of the game, the whole game. We are winners. We deserve the feeling of triumph, success, and accomplishment. Our vibrational field is set up to triumph over everything. We all start out at our best, 100% perfect. The only obstacles detouring us from successfully achieving our accomplishments are our own thoughts. In the first page of the Bible, God gave us dominion over the earth. Then God said, "Let us make men in our image, according to our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, and over the cattle, over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth." Genesis 1:26. Again in Genesis 1:28, "And God blessed them, and God said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth." Genesis 1:28. Twice he repeated his desire for us to rule over this earth, to show us how important this was to him. God gave us this life to reign. We are the children of God. I serve a very big God. How about you? My God delivers 100% of the time. With him, success is guaranteed. God shows up in a huge way. He is a miracle maker. The only way he works is supernaturally. Therefore I tell you, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours. Mark 11:24. It is our birthright to dominate. We deserve whatever good we consciously ask for. Let us put our crown back on, and the world will bow. Let us walk in our inheritance. Let us honor him with it. If we buy our kids new shoes, we receive joy, great joy, when we see them wearing their new shoes. Let us envision ourselves having breakfast with God. We sit down with our Heavenly Father at the table. We are his children. The Spirit himself testifies with our spirit that we are God's children. Romans 8:16. God is King, so we are all princes and princesses. Do not be afraid, little flock, for your Father has been pleased to give you the kingdom. Luke 12:32. And he said, Truly I tell you, unless you change and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 18:3. Let us put our royal cape on, wear our crowns, and keep our signet ring on our finger. As we sit down with our Abba Father, he will ask us, What are your plans for today? We share with him the things we intend to enjoy during the day. He will also ask us what grand plans we have for our future. Let us tell him our desires, our biggest plans, and ask him for help. When breakfast is finished, he blesses us. Go in love and have fun. As we go through our day, let us do so with authority. Have fun and keep our crown on. We are free to enjoy this day. Leave the bigger plans and the how it will happen for God to create. If we lose our glory for a moment, we just stand back up and put our crown back on. He reminds us to keep our royal crown on at all times. Then he can see us and be with us throughout the day. Most mornings, I stand as I am leaving the breakfast table and say, I leave it up to you, God, to wow me. Every single day is a new creation. Every day we are new. In the morning, Lord, you hear my voice. In the morning, I lay my requests before you and wait expectantly. Psalms 5:3. Every morning, let us lay out a new white tablecloth to have breakfast with God. Yesterday's tablecloth is rolled up and thrown out. Please ask yourself, what shall I do today to allow more peace in my life? What am I willing to empty from my pockets before starting new? What if this is the only day I have? What will it look like? Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, he is a new creation. The old has passed away. Behold, the new has come. 2 Corinthians 5:17. An investor was instituting legal proceedings against my friend's husband and his two partners on a stagnant investment. This lawsuit was for $600,000. My friend had adamantly written down that they were going to win a financial settlement she can handle. That was all there was to it. It was moving her way, and she said, I shall settle today because I can accomplish everything I desire. Period. This lawsuit was to be settled even before choosing the jury. When they arrived at the court that day, the other party offered to settle for $300,000. They all convened in the hallway. The two partners said, no way. They went back into the court. The attorneys were trying to keep it from going to trial. Their next offer was $200,000. The two partners said, no, we will go to trial. They were ready to choose the jury at that point, and when the defendants made one last settlement attempt for $100,000, split three ways, $33,333.33 was her only obligation. Her side accepted, and the case was settled out of court. It ended quite favorably, as she had asked. A friend's husband had invested in a piece of property when the economy collapsed in 2008 and property values plummeted. The property was now worth only 10 cents on the dollar. The bank was owed $100,000 on a property now worth $10,000. There was little means for paying this amount owed to the bank. My friend's husband was forced to close his office and was no longer able to communicate with investors or bankers. Consequently, he depended on his wife to negotiate on his behalf. The bank desired this project off their books. They were seeking some kind of fair settlement. The banker called my friend one day and said, just offer something ridiculous. She said, what does that mean? And he repeated, just make an offer, a ridiculous offer. She questioned what a ridiculous offer on a $100,000 debt was. She asked a couple of her business friends who suggested $10,000 to $15,000 as a fair offer. Her creation power kicked in at that point, and she declared that her ridiculous offer was $2,500. The banker said, I'll check with my people and call you back. The next day he called to say they accepted your offer of $2,500. A miracle for sure. My daughter took German in college for one semester. One day after taking an exam, she returned home and realized she had forgotten to turn it in. She was almost in tears because she had studied so diligently for the test. She asked me, "Mom, what can I do?" I asked her, "What are you seeking?" She replied, "I wish for this test to be handed in to the teacher." I encouraged her to state her ultimate desire. Do you think God requires a piece of paper to give you an A? Is 100% in the grade book what you are really looking for? She answered, "Yes, Mom." I proposed, let us ask God and His universe in writing for 100% in the grade book. She wrote it down. 2 weeks later, when the teacher handed back the test, she said to my daughter, "I am missing your test. I know you were here, and since you are the best student in the class, I put 100% in the grade book." The words the teacher spoke back to my daughter are the exact words she wrote down. "As you believe and ask, so shall it be." Step 4. Be calm. Align your head with your heart. This is the most important step. In order to attract or manifest, the calmer we are and the more peace we welcome into our life, the easier things flow towards us. The more peaceful and calm we are, the more we increase our ability to receive. Let us be in a relaxed state to recognize and receive our blessings. Let us align our emotions with our desired feelings, allowing both to head in the same direction. The road of creation flows in one direction only. The universe is divinely inspired to flow with a hypnotic rhythm in one direction. In nature, everything flows in one direction at a time. For example, the planets rotate and revolve in only one direction. Vines grow consistently in the same direction around a tree, and rivers flow from the mountains to the sea or a lake. Our emotions may tend to be affected by other people with our desire to please them, while our gut feelings are attached to God's almighty power. Honoring our first gut feeling is an area where most of us can use some practice. We know what is right for us. Let us stay true to our righteous gut feelings. Let us find our true north and head in that direction. Let us choose to develop a clear awareness by paying renewed attention to our gut. As mentioned before, the fastest way to receive anything is to knock 3 times. Think the thought, speak the word, and write it down in positive words. After we have ordered our desires from the ether in this manner, temporarily forget about them and relax. Becoming calm allows our mind and body to enter a peaceful state of neutrality. There is a wonder in this step. Sit back and relax. Your order has been sent out and confirmed. The delivery is on its way. It is as easy as dining out at a restaurant. We choose our food from the menu, place our order, relax, and just expect the order to show up. Does wondering if our food will be delivered have an influence on the speed of the delivery? Most often we are so busy talking to our friends that our food just shows up. When it comes, we may even be surprised at what we ordered. I am often asked if it is necessary to ask repetitively to reaffirm the same request. Remember times when we are in the car and the kids keep asking every 3 minutes, "Are we there yet?" The repetitive askings has zero influence on how fast we arrive. God has perfect hearing. He hears us the first time. We are His children. This is the confidence we have in approaching God, that if we ask anything according to His will, He hears us. And if we know that He hears us, whatever we ask, we know that we have what we asked of Him. 1 John 5:14 and 15. The question is, do we have enough self-confidence to listen to ourselves? Whenever my youngest daughter loses something, she keeps very calm. For example, she has a small souvenir rock the size of a thumb from Belize that she values a lot. She has lost it many times because she carries it around in her pocket and sets it down in places. Over the years, it has been lost in the car or in the hotel rooms. Whenever this happens, she tells herself, "It's okay, I'll find it." Many times lost and found, she still has the rock to this day. A woman in my town was contacted by the county and asked to remove certain bushes because they were outlawed recently. She inquired as to who was to pay for the removal. She was told that she herself was responsible to pay the expenses. She hung up the phone, she calmed herself, focused her thoughts, called the county back, and declared to them that they may happily remove the bushes for free and enhance her yard. She was told by the county again to take care of it herself. The next morning, county workers rang her doorbell, and she saw that the bushes had been removed and new plants had been put in their place for free. Her calm confidence attracted her desire immediately. Let us transmit our ideas with clarity to the universe. Building a safety net or having a plan B may confuse the process. Continuously have confidence in our declared goals. Otherwise, we may create and call in confusion. Our just-in-case plans B, C, D, and so on are only there to make us feel better. God always creates it right the first time. The calmer we are, the more clearly our frequencies transmit. Let us focus on our breath, relax our breathing, smile and keep calm. Let it go and let life flow. Be in peace. All is well. For God is not a God of confusion, but of peace. 1 Corinthians 14:33. Step 5. Take action. Focus on your breath. It is our joy in this creation to call in what we do desire. As with a satellite signal, if our GPS device is out of range, sometimes all that is necessary is to move our car just a bit to receive the signal. If we feel that we are disconnected in any way from the power, and we feel that we desire help to receive the signal, we can simply exhale and gently relax. Any action we take is a perfect action. I simply exhale. This calming motion helps regain neutrality. Let us be aware of our breath in the moment. Let us take 3 deep breaths and only focus on our inhalation and our exhalation. Let us do it right now. Relax and soften your shoulders. Gently touch your tongue to the roof of your mouth. Breathe in and out through your nose. Take a full breath deep in your diaphragm. Push your belly out as you inhale. Push your bottom down into your chair. Imagine the oxygen reaching every cell in your body. Softly hold your breath a short moment. Flatten your belly as you exhale gently. Relax your shoulders even more. Repeat this breathing pattern 3 times. Inhale deeply. Exhale fully. Inhale deeply. Exhale fully. Inhale deeply. Exhale fully. Throughout the day, repeat this pattern as often as you wish. When we breathe deeply into our diaphragm, the lymph system is able to move the toxins out of our system. In this sense, deep breathing will move both our physical waste and our mental waste, helping us to become more calm. Lack of peace makes our body acidic, whereas being aligned and calm enhances the alkaline state of the body. Most of our body's functions, such as our digestion, are beautifully maintained when the body is alkaline. Being in constant fight or flight mode may keep us acidic. The frontal lobe is the area of the brain responsible for decision making. It functions best when we are calm. God is in our breath. God gave us the breath of life as our first gift. Then the Lord God formed the man of dust from the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living creature. Genesis 2:7. This breath of life is source light energy. God is with us now in each breath, and he is with us only now, because there is only now. Relax. Let go, and let God embrace you. Remember, God created us as human beings. Somehow we reimagined ourselves as human doings. The Spirit of God has made me. The breath of the Almighty gives me life. Job 33:4. Once we have completed the first 4 steps, our order is placed. How it will be delivered is up to God. How it comes to us is secondary. Most important is that we allow ourselves to receive our goals. This is beautifully demonstrated in the parable of the growing seed. in Mark 4. He also said, "That is what the kingdom of God is like. A man scatters seed on the ground. Night and day, whether he sleeps or gets up, the seed sprouts and grows, though he does not know how. All by itself the soil produces grain, first the stalk, then the head, then the full kernel in the head. As soon as the grain is ripe, he puts the sickle to it, because the harvest has come." Mark 4:26 through 34. When the Christmas season was just about a month away and I was thinking about all the goodies being served, I decided to give my body a chance to rest and relax. I started a detox in which I only drank fresh pressed green juices. I juice once in a while because I really like the energy and the taste of green juices. However, cleaning the juicer is less than appealing to me, and sometimes the blade sticks. This drew my attention to the new juicers now available. One company I researched offered a chance to win a free juicer. I entered the competition, then I wrote down in declaration, "I have a new fancy juicer for free that is really easy to clean." The next morning I visited one of my friends, and we talked about her new focus on minimalism and how she currently wished to keep only what she really uses regularly in her house. She told me that she had decided to give away her fancy juicer. She had only used it 3 times, because she prefers her blender. That day I won my free, easy-to-clean juicer from my girlfriend. After we place our order, let us relax and surrender, knowing that the universe has the how in the works. Let us release all our thoughts regarding our order and trust that it will be delivered. One night many years ago, I was dressed to go out with my friends as a snowstorm dropped 6 inches of fresh snow on our Wisconsin home. As I was about to leave the house, my mother asked me, "Are you going somewhere? The driveway is snowed in and our street is full of snow." I calmly declared my desire to go dancing and prayed for a quick resolution. Then I put on my boots, grabbed a shovel, and stood in the driveway, saw the city snowplow coming by, whistled loudly, waved my arm to direct them up our driveway. With one sweep, our driveway was plowed. Then the snowplow went back on the road to plow our street. I immediately walked back inside and switched my boots to my dancing shoes. My mother asked me, "Are you done shoveling the driveway already?" I replied, "It's all done." She went to the door and to her amazement found our driveway plowed and the street clear. All she said to me was, "You've done it again." With a smile on my face, I went dancing. After we place numerous orders, we're in practice, and our trust in the universe will continually develop. Just breathe. All that is required is to be calm and to breathe. Give thanks to the Lord, for He is good. His love endures forever. Psalm 118:1. This psalm marks the middle of the Bible and reminds us to sing praise unto Him. Let us hymn Him daily and watch our life grow miraculously. Every loving, aligned action taken to bless and be blessed through our word or deed is the perfect action. Let love power us. Step 6. Lead with love. Let us love ourselves first. The first commandment in the New Testament says, "Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, and with all your mind and with all your strength." Mark 12:30. The second commandment in the New Testament says, "Love your neighbor as yourself. There is no commandment greater than these." Mark 12:31. After fulfilling the first commandment, let us concentrate on the second one. Love yourself first in order to love others. Prior to an airplane taking off, the flight attendant reminds us that in the event of an emergency, to first put on our own air mask before we assist others. Why do the airlines remind us to help ourselves first? Another example to show this is through using our bank account. Money is first deposited in our account before writing good checks. Yet another way to put this, we can only jump in after a swimmer to rescue them if we are capable swimmers ourselves. First our cup shall be full before it runneth over. This demonstrates that the latter part of God's second commandment, "As you love yourself," is mandatory before we can fulfill the first part of the commandment, Are we loving ourselves so that our neighbors can be blessed? When I shared this step with my sister, she humorously responded by saying, "Oh, my poor neighbor. As I am so busy taking care of everyone else, I spend little time loving myself." How about the rest of us? Are we taking enough time, and are we making a continual practice of truly loving ourselves? We can only love our neighbors as much as we love ourselves. We are our own most critical judges. Instead, let us be our biggest fans. We have to cheer ourselves on. Go me, go me. Remember, we are exactly where we are meant to be in every moment. Stand in front of your mirror each day and tell yourself such things as, "I love you. I am beautiful or handsome. I am aware. I am awesome. I am a genius. I am happy. I am healthy. I live in a friendly world. I create great things. I am wealthy. I am fulfilled. I am satisfied. I am perfect. God loves me." Always smile at yourself. Be kind to yourself. Accept what is, and joyfully own your physical body. Let us be our own cheerleader. Practice being happy and content alone with ourselves, because there is only me and my God in my hall of mirrors. What I create is reflected back to me. That is how we came into this world and how we will go out. Let us start practicing being alone with God in joy. Let us be comfortable with ourselves. Let us feel good about ourselves. Let us be connected to our inner self. Let us be in tune. Let us appreciate ourselves. Let us know our value. Let us allow ourselves to be worthy of His heavenly kingdom. God made us worthy. We deserve everything we desire. Our desires desire us. Everyone is perfect all the time. We are one humanity. God's almighty Holy Spirit within us loves us. The Holy Spirit in us loves all. Love is who we are. Anything else is an illusion. If you desire encouragement, tell yourself how great you are. Ask others to remind you of your greatness. You can also use our Receive Joy meditations, affirmations, and inspirations. Since we have total control over our emotional choices, we first shall understand that love is our option. Believing and having faith in ourselves is a choice. Whatever stands in front of us in our lives, we always have choices because we always have control over our actions and our reactions. Where we focus our intention is our choice and most important decision. Focus on the delicious, plump, juicy, full bunches of grapes in our lives and leave the dry, shriveled raisins alone. Focus on the positive charge of every atom. The negative charge is mandatory for the balance of the universe. It is our choice where we focus and where our focus goes. The attitude we choose while we focus makes a big difference. The emotion we put behind our focused intentions accelerates or slows down the receiving process. One day, when I was in the middle of my 5-minute couch time, discussed in detail in Part 3, an interesting thought came to me. I love myself so much. I deserve loving neighbors. They love me. How can I create loving neighbors? Maybe my focus when I moved in more than 15 years ago was internal. Now I choose to broaden my blessings and start over. Because I practiced to love myself so much over the years, I ask the universe to allow whatever is necessary for my neighbors to love me as much as I love myself. The very next morning, a for sale sign went up in their yard. Those former neighbors desirably moved away. I love my new neighbors, and they love me. The more we love ourselves, the friendlier our world becomes. Let us love ourselves with grace. Step 7. Bless everyone and everything with love and gratitude. Dr. Emoto's work with water samples shows us that all water in and around us is imprintable. Thus, with our kind words and positive intentions, our world has the opportunity to be transformed into a kind, loving, friendly place. To do this, bless everyone and everything with love and gratitude by saying, "Thank you and bless you. Thank you and bless you, God. Thank you and bless you, family. Thank you and bless you, friends. Thank you and bless you, my country.
Thank you and bless you all humanity. I love you. Bless all water to imprint it with good. Thank you, water. Thank you, oceans. Thank you, ponds, lakes, rivers, and streams. You are beautiful. Bless nature. Say, I love you to the animals, the trees, the plants, and grounds, and all of nature surrounding us. Bless everything as it serves us throughout the day. Thank you, beautiful water, for hydrating me. Thank you, bed, for my comfortable rest. Thank you, chair, for supporting me. Thank you, computer, for assisting me. I love and thank you, tree, for providing shade. I am grateful for the roof over my head. I love you, house. You serve me well, and so on. Bless all objects and thank them for their service in your life. Go even further and name everything. Name your car, your plants, your house, as well as everything in it and everything you own. Naming everything creates love toward it. Let us imprint love everywhere. A client of mine told me that the paperwork on her desk was stacking up more and more. She told herself, I have to clean my desk every time she saw it. The reason it was still awaiting her was that the task had little appeal and excitement. After I shared this step with her, she went home and started to say, I love you, to all her papers and her desk. She simply changed her thoughts and spoke kind words whenever she walked past her desk. By the following weekend, she had spoken enough love and joy over it that she sat down and cleared her entire desk. The woman called me afterwards to tell me that she was amazed how easy the experience was. She is happy and delighted that she cleaned it all up and invited me over to see her neat desk. Love and gratitude are vibrationally two of the strongest positive words on earth. When frozen by Dr. Emoto and his team, each word forms the most beautiful water crystals, and even more so when combined. Water showed Dr. Emoto that the powerful vibrations of sincere love and gratitude create a strong resonance that will purify or restructure water into balance and harmony. The pure vibrational resonance of the words love and gratitude have effects similar to the vibrations high-frequency electrolysis devices have on purifying water. When we decide to focus on love and gratitude, it immediately changes our emotional state. When we decide to look at every event or person with love and gratitude, our feelings toward them can only be positive. Again, it is our choice to bless everything and everyone. Remember, all that is in our lives, be it in the past, present, or future, is our own co-creation. Please take a moment to make a list of all that you are grateful for in this moment and add to it continually. Always remember to even be thankful for the obvious. Do you have eyes to see the beauty around you? Do you have a mouth to speak blessings? Do you have ears to listen to the joy that surrounds you? Do you have feet to walk on? Do you have a heart to love? Let us have fun with another writing exercise. I call it praying through your life. Fold a paper in half vertically. Open it up again. In the left margin, list everyone in your life. In the right margin, next to their name, identify the greatest blessing they have brought to you. Write 1 or 2 good words that define the blessing of that person in your life. For example, when I think of my mother, I think of loving and caring, and when I think of my father, giver comes to mind immediately. After you are done with the list, pray these words over each person in true gratitude and make a habit of thanking them for their blessing in your life. Dear God, thank you for blank in my life, and thank you for their gift of blank. Use all the energy around our relationship for the greater good, and leave me with their gift of blank. Whenever you desire encouragement and joy, pull out that list, fold it in half vertically, and concentrate on the right column of all the blessings that fill your life. To take this game a step further and make it even more fun, take a pack of small note cards and write a single blessing on each one. Punch a hole in the corner and string them on a necklace. Wear the necklace and feel all the blessings in your life penetrate your heart. Receive Joy offers an online class called Let's Begin, where this exercise and other exercises from this book are shown step by step to inspire you to create your own necklace. The following is my friend's story shared as a true reminder that the first step in any manifestation is to come from a place of gratitude. Shortly after our move to St. Petersburg, Florida in 1999, my wonderful husband gifted me with a beautiful 3-carat marquise diamond ring. He saw it in the window of a jewelry store near our favorite grocery provider and invited me to go and take a look. Of course, I, like most women, said yes to such a gesture and went home with my new beautiful ring. We moved to New Mexico in 2009, and 5 years later we were back visiting Florida to see friends. My husband again walked by the same jewelry store and saw a lovely diamond ring in the same window. I was the only one who knew my longing for a pear-shaped diamond ring, as I appreciated with great love the magnificent ring I had. He returned to our friend's home where we were staying and excitedly told me, "Let's go back to our jewelry store and bring the checkbook." The lovely 3-carat pear-shaped diamond ring fit perfectly on my hand. The jeweler had just put the ring in the window the previous day and was happy to take my marquise diamond ring in trade for a small payment. I gratefully and joyfully walked out of the store with the sparkling ring on my finger. It was such a loving gesture from my husband, and it reminds me every day to be grateful for all the blessings I have in my life. Create simple ways to be a blessing to everyone around you. Partake in simple acts of kindness daily. Write a note of thank you or a kind note on the memo line in every check you write and every credit card receipt you sign. Acknowledge the people you meet throughout the day. Smile and say hello to everyone you see, even those standing next to you in the elevator. Wave at the parking attendants as you drive by the gatehouse. Choose to be friendly with people who are serving you. Allow somebody with fewer items to check out in front of you at the register. When driving, happily allow the car next to you to merge in front of your car. Smile and give a thank you wave when somebody lets you merge in front of them. On the way into the store, return an empty shopping cart and push the cart to the storefront when you are done. Pick up trash when you see it lying around. Open the door for the elderly or anybody. Offer your seat on the bus. Gentlemen, please open the car doors for ladies. Tell the person next to you how lovely they look today. Hug freely. Hug a friend. Say thank you for every little thing someone does for you. Pray with someone on the spot. Send notes, cards, or kind, encouraging text messages throughout the day. A few positive, kind words go a long way. Train yourself to be a good listener. God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth. Let us use them accordingly. Let us share our love with acts of simple service, listening and encouraging. People recognize the blessing. Then relax, sit back, and watch the love and gratitude flow back into your life. Years ago, my sister experienced a significant, simple act of kindness, and she has been passing it on ever since. Her girlfriend answered a text message with the words, "Be well, my friend." She knew that they were good friends. However, to receive a written greeting, "my friend," had a profound effect on her. The greeting made her think that we refer to people as our friends all the time, yet somehow there is an additional comfort in knowing just how much of a friend you really are to someone. My sister now makes it a point to include "my friend" or "my dear friend" in her messages. There is something touching about seeing and declaring friendship and kindness in writing. Dear friend, I pray that you are enjoying good health and that all may go well with you, even as your soul is getting along well. 3 John 1:2. Love everyone and everything with love and gratitude. Allow everyone to be just as they are and everything just as it is. Praise God for the perfection it all is. God believes in us. Let us believe in each other's perfection. Have mercy on each other, trusting that we will all grow into our own greatness. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall receive mercy. Matthew 5:7. Step 8. Expect the miracle in every moment. The truth is, this whole life is miraculous. I write this powerful book to bless humanity with a joyful reminder of how great our God is.
Along the way, we have come to believe that UPS, FedEx, and DHL could deliver faster than God. How did this happen? When did this happen? We have drifted so far away from the supernatural greatness of our mighty universe. If we order online and we click on Express Checkout, we expect the delivery to come the next day, and we happily wait for our package at the front door with full confidence. How fast do we expect our delivery from the ether, the most perfect delivery system of all time? It is up to us to recreate the expectation that miracles are available to us in every moment. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your path straight. Proverbs 3, 5, and 6. Life is a series of choices. Let us choose to see everything as the miracle it is. In Christ, all things are possible. Jesus looked at them and said, "With man this is impossible, but with God all things are possible." Matthew 19:26. A dear friend of mine was very content being a single mother after her divorce. Thus she put little attention on dating. Her focus was on her career and raising her 2 beautiful children. She always said, "If a man wishes to date me, he will have to knock on my door." Sure enough, about 4 years ago, one did knock on her door. A handsome man asked her what she was paying for her rent, because he owned a house 5 doors away that he wished to rent out. Soon after, he asked her out for dinner. Eventually, they both moved from the neighborhood. They are still happily dating years later. The miracle came knocking. When my husband and children went to the store to rent a movie, I went along and waited in the checkout area. As they were deciding on movies, I browsed through the magazine rack. I picked one up, opened it, and on that very page I saw a picture of 2 of my closest friends attending a ball. I took the magazine home and showed it to them. They were surprised that their picture was featured in the magazine, because it was a wedding magazine. It was a most surprising place for my 2 single friends to be featured, and even more unique was for me to pick up a copy and browse through it. This miraculous finding also happened during another occasion when I picked up a newspaper from my mail table. I again saw one of the same friends smiling at me from one of the pages. If we choose to live our lives asking for, seeking, and expecting miracles in our daily walk, we will recognize them everywhere. Step 9. Have fun and celebrate. Naturally, this step is the most fun, yet honestly, it does require our action. As said in the Holy Bible, let us be like a child to enter into heaven. Life was given to us to live it abundantly, to celebrate with the heart of a child and have fun. Let us enjoy our life experiences in a childlike state. And He said, "Truly I tell you, unless you change and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven." Matthew 18:3. Let us make sure that we remember to play and laugh like children all the time. Laughter inspires hope and forgiveness. The happier our attitude and the more we smile and laugh, the healthier our minds and bodies are. Laughter relaxes the whole body and releases tension. Laughter and smiles increase happy hormones like endorphins, dopamine, and serotonin. Among other health benefits, it has been proven that the habit of laughing improves the function of our blood vessels, boosts the immune system, and also burns calories. 2 big questions for most of us are: first, can we remember what is fun for us? Second, do we trust that God desires us to enjoy this lifetime and have fun? Take a moment right now to write a list of what is fun to you. List things that you already do and things that you wish to do to have more fun in your life. Every day, pick up one suggestion and spend 15 minutes or more taking action toward your goal of experiencing joy from your list and reimagining your dreams. Continually add to your list of fun. Please inspire us by sharing your fun ideas. Pause this recording, pick up your pen, and write your fun list now. I collected some celebration ideas to share. Fun ideas: have tea, meditate, light candles, sing, listen to your favorite music, inspirational healing frequencies, island music, or good mood songs. Do crafts like needlepoint, knitting, scrapbooking, jewelry. Redecorate your home. Create something with your hands. For example, an outdoor garden where you plant seeds and take pride in watching them grow. Make funny envelopes or art journals, a vision board. Write a book. Create a picture book or a mini book. Spend time with family. Go outside or play games. Play with your pets. Connect with friends. Go out. Call them or have them over at your place. Buy flowers. Smell them and notice their vivid colors and beauty. Have fun with food. Have an organic treat. Bake cookies. Cook something new. Make popcorn the old-fashioned way in a pan. Make a pizza from scratch. Be active. Take a walk or hike. Dance through your house. Jump on a trampoline. Do your favorite exercise such as yoga, horseback riding, bowling, tennis, kayaking, swimming. Be relaxed. Enjoy a massage or a spa treatment of your choice. Enjoy nature, mountains, beaches, forests, rivers, lakes, waterfalls, hot springs, salt grottos, islands. Be mesmerized by crabs on the beach. Watch the sunset with a picnic. Shop or just meander through favorite stores. Bookstores, kitchen stores, office supply stores, paper and craft stores. Go on vacation. Travel. Go to a theme park. Stay overnight in a hotel. Take a city trip. Learn something new, possibly a new language for your trip. Laugh from deep down in your belly and welcome tears of joy that come to your eyes. Surround yourself with people with a good sense of humor or an ability to tell funny stories that make you laugh. Share funny stories so other people laugh. Have a fun photo shoot. Actively belong to a community, church, gym, book club, miracle group, meditation circle. Start your own group, for example, a movie group, a book group, or so on. Manifest things. Let us ask ourselves, how can we celebrate every day? Let us create our own individual board game. If we create each space on our board of our Receive Joy game, Life of Fun, then whatever number we roll with the dice is a winner. We can go forward or backward on the game board, and we will always win something wonderful. If we write each fun card ourselves, then we are happy with every card in the deck. Receive Joy offers an online class called Let's Begin, where the creation of the game of fun and other exercises from this book are shown step by step to inspire you to create your own game of fun and even more. Email us at ask@receivejoy.com for a free document with further instructions. When we pick up our pen to script our life and include everything that is fun, exciting to us, and satisfies our wildest dreams, then life is always a winning game. This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Psalm 118:24. Let us live every moment in the present and ask ourselves how we can celebrate our life in this moment. There is only the present moment. Let us allow ourselves to have fun. Most of us wait rather than take action to allow our dreams to come true. We hold off for the weekend, vacation, summer, retirement, special occasions, when we are older, when we have more time, when we feel better, or when we have the money. There is only now. Life is a series of now moments. When we were 6 years old, it is now. When we were 20 years old, it is now. Now is now. Be here in the moment. Let us decide to live every perfect moment now. All the days, the cheerful of heart have a continual feast. Proverbs 15:15. Let us also happily create for celebrations. When a close friend of my daughter turned 16, we chose to joyfully celebrate her birthday with a tea party. We decided to use a different cup and saucer for every girl attending. When we set the table, we were 4 saucer and cup combinations short. My daughter was throwing the party and said, "Mom, let us buy 4 more sets." I asked her how much money she had to buy the 4 sets. She said, "I have $8 to spend, which means I have $1 for each cup and each saucer." My daughter and I love to go to thrift stores. We entered the Goodwill shop and walked directly to the shelf with the household items. The shelf was empty, except for 4 elegant china teacups and saucers, each with a beautifully unique pattern. The teacups and saucers cost $1 each. We still have the dainty sets, and every time we use them, they make us smile in memory of our creation power. A further question is, can we rejoice? Let us pick up the joy in our own life. Joy is always there. It is a standalone. It lies like a coin on your table. Let us pick it up, put it in our pocket, and take it with us everywhere we go. Joy is also made up of one of the highest emotional vibrations. When we feel good, we are lifted into the flow of attraction. Rejoice in the Lord always. And again I say rejoice. Philippians 4:4. Let us rejoice always. On a vacation to North Carolina, I took my youngest daughter out to the beach, and she chased crabs with her little net. Whenever she approached the crabs, they quickly escaped. It was time for dinner, and I told her that after dinner we will come back and catch a crab. After we were walking back to the house, I said to God, I am excited to see how you will make this happen. Wow me. As promised, we went back to the beach after dinner. To our surprise, we found it full of crabs. Hundreds of them were absolutely mesmerized by the full moon and thus sitting out in the open and resting. Completely different from earlier. My child caught lots of crabs. We both rejoiced. I rejoiced as a mother because I saw my child happy, and my child rejoiced in her wish to catch crabs becoming a reality. For me, it was a miracle. It was the first time I saw so many crabs in my life. Sing praises to Him, Him, Him. Let us choose to have fun with our creations. Think outside the box. For example, let us talk to our bank accounts and tell them what we desire. Let us bless our food and ask it to give us the nutrition our body requires. Let us freeze our popsicles and ask one color to stay liquid. Let us ask our bushes to bloom in different colors each year. Let us have fun and be creative. We may also use the 9 steps to enhance our entertainment factor, as one of my friends did while watching the Super Bowl. A few years ago, during the Super Bowl, the Seahawks had a 1st and goal at the Patriots' 5-yard line, and they moved the ball closer yet to score. The clock ran under 1 minute, and the Seahawks faced a 2nd and goal at the Patriots' 1-yard line. This is when I wrote down on a piece of paper at my friend's house, "Thank you, dear Jesus, for letting the Patriots intercept the ball." The Patriots assumed the Seahawks may run the ball. Instead, they threw a pass, and the Patriots' rookie Butler beat the Seahawks player Lockett to the goal line and intercepted the pass. This was only possible with the help of the Patriots' most important player. Thank you, dear Jesus. They surely had a fun Super Bowl celebration. Use the 9 steps to create more fun along the way. When 2 friends and I were backpacking over the Alps from Munich to Venice, we slept in mountain cabins with few food options. A small salad and pasta was our norm. About 3 weeks into our journey, in the early afternoon, we were hungry again. My 2 friends and I were thinking about what kind of food appealed to us. In the morning, I said to one of my friends, "Since we are in Italy, I am craving homemade oven-baked pizza today." He agreed. When the discussion returned to food later in the day, our other friend, who had been absent from our morning conversation, added the same wish, pizza. We all looked at each other and declared, "Let us have pizza." We had fun imagining having a pizza restaurant on the mountain. 5 minutes later, we came to a clearing, and there it was, a pizza restaurant. We went running the rest of the way to the restaurant and enjoyed a fresh pizza from an Italian pizza oven as we sat in front of an open fire. I wish we had created more places along our journey like this. Those who know your name trust in you, for you, Lord, have never forsaken those who seek you. Psalm 9:10. Thank you for listening to parts 1 and 2 of Ask and You Shall Receive by Receive Joy. When you are ready for part 3, please email us at ask@receivejoy.com, and we will happily send you the rest of the recording. May God bless you as you continue to receive joy.